Yes, I see.
So
People are joining now.
people are joining. So yeah, Christopher is joining. So we're about to start. So right.
We're now live, apparently.
Mm. So I have some white paper and some markers, so that if you want to signal something, say this, say that, you can write little signals. And yeah.
Have you got a full version?
I have the printout version.
You got those, yeah. So I got mine, but it's covered in sort of notes and marks and scribbles.
I usually use on 2 screens and have one over.
Yeah, I thought that maybe I could, because we can connect them on the screen if
Yeah, I
you
bought
want.
it on screen.
I have 3 screens if we want the double screens, but I don't know.
I think it's fine. If you've got a print copy of them, that's fine.
Okay. Because I was thinking, of course, if we had the central camera, then it looks like a
No,
like
I
a
think
war
it's better-
room
it's
if we
better
had
to
6 screens on.
I
But
think it's better if you want preference.
but if you all wanted another screen, I
Yeah.
have, and I can connect it.
Ready?
Ready? Wait. That's it.
Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
Morning.
Can everybody hear me, please?
Good morning.
Brilliant. So far, so good.
Yes.
And I think I can see everybody. As you know, my name is Christopher Lockhart Mummery QC. I'm the examiner, independent examiner appointed to carry out the examination into the Gilston area neighbourhood plan. And I've asked for, indeed required, this hearing to help me explore certain issues. Those issues set out in the agenda that I've circulated. Has everybody got, or at least seen, that agenda, I hope?
Yes.
Thank you. And I've got a list and I've got some names. I've got George Pavey of the council with, I think I saw Kevin Steptoe, who's his colleague. Thank you.
Morning.
I've got Frank O'Shea. There he is. Anthony Bickmore.
Yeah.
Martina Guevara. Have I got that pronunciation more or less okay? Joanna Chambers.
Yeah.
And Janine Bryant of the group. Thank you very much. We're due to have Philip Murphy of Quad. I don't see him.
Yep, morning.
Why don't I see him?
It might just be a case that you've gone, there might be 2 pages of people.
Yes, I can't. Usually I can press an arrow on the right and get, but I can now see him. He's popped up there. Thank you very much. Morning. Thank you. I've got Stuart Miles of.
Morning, sir.
Good morning. Thank you very much. I've got Nick Whirlidge of Whirlidge Associates for Hunston.
Morning,
House.
sir.
Thank you. Good morning. And Jane Barnett. I can't see. Have I got Jane Barnett? Yes. J.A. Barnett. That turns up of Savills for Briggins. Thank you very much. Well, as we go along, if anybody has any problems with the Zoom, which George has kindly and brilliantly set up, so far so good, please let him know or me know. The format of this morning or today, as you know, and as I've said, this hearing is for my benefit to explore issues that I need to explore. Can I just say that I have read all the Regulation 16 representations, all the background documents, and I've read I invited comments on my examination note 2 from the principal parties, and I have received and am very grateful for from the group a paper by Urban Silence and an advice by Martin Edwards. From the council, a note received on the 17th November, a note or letter from Savills, an email from Quad, and a paper from Hunston House. I'm grateful for all those. If anybody thinks they've made a representation that I haven't listed there, please say, but I'm virtually certain that I'm complete. I will lead the discussion. I will lead the agenda. I'll invite contributions from invitees as we go along and as I think fit. And I would like to say at the outset that whatever the outcome of this, I would like to pay a warm tribute to all those involved in the preparation of this submission neighbourhood plan, through the early drafts, through the Regulation 14 version, through the significant changes that were made in response to consultation, leading to the submission version. And the plan contains a great deal of good material with forceful and sensible objectives. For example, in my examination note 2, which I know you've all got, I summarize in paragraph 17, or just highlight some points as to the very sensible objectives that have been embedded in the plan, that development should be by way of individual villages in a rural landscape rather than urban neighbourhoods separated by green fingers, that there should be 7 separate and distinctive new villages, each separated by landscape, that the distinctive character of the existing villages should be protected, that existing landscape assets and heritage assets should be protected, and the development should be distinct from Harlow. Those are some, by no means all, of course, of the matters that are dealt with in text and policies in the plan. However, my job is to focus on compliance with the basic conditions, as you know, and recommend if I find that there is or is not compliance. If there is, and I find non-compliance, then I have no discretion to reach any other view on account of the sort of points I've just made. That's to say, the vision and the hard work and the good content of much of the plan. That's not just me saying that, that's what the law is. And so I have to focus rigidly on the statutory tasks. You've probably all seen a note, but I'll just repeat it as to how I intend to run today. I'm using the same format that the Planning Inspectorate used for virtual inquiries, because having a virtual session like this is taxing on everybody. It's taxing on our eyes, and it's taxing on more taxing than the normal procedure of a physical meeting or a physical hearing. And so I intend to sit, as it were, from now until about 11:30, subject to a convenient break throughout, have a break until about 12, then resume from about 12 to about 1, have a break for 45 minutes or thereabouts for some lunch, resume at 1:45-ish until about 3:15, and if we've still got energy and there is still a head of steam and points to be dealt with, we will resume, say, at about 3:30 and continue not later than 5, but I would hope that we'd be completed long before that. Does anybody have any questions, not going to the substance, any questions about the format or the procedure or how the day is going to pan out? Is everybody content?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Sorry, I just have a question, sir. In terms of speaking, do you want us to raise our hand if we want to say something, or do we wait to be invited to speak?
Can we see how we go along? I mean, as I say, I will invite speakers to deal with each topic. If there is a point that that is relevant to the debate and that you're burning to contribute, please raise a hand. I may say later, but please raise a hand, yes, if there's something vital to say. But I do want to keep it structured. I do want to give the invited parties the opportunity to help me with these points, and I intend to do it, as I think I said, in the order, generally speaking, of the neighbourhood group, the council, Savills, Places for People, and Hunsdon House. So, Mr. Woods, the fact that you're last, don't worry, that's just the way I've planned it out. Agenda point 3 is my examination note 2. And I said I'd give a summary. I'm not going to say anything new to what I've already said in essentially in note 2. It's vital to bear in mind that the planning system is development plan led. Section 38(6) of the Planning and Compulsory Purchase Act 2004 embeds that in, and the policy and guidance in the framework and PPG follows that faithfully. So before the neighbourhood plan, you had the district plan with policies GA1 and GA2, and you had in the statutory language other material considerations, of which there is no shortage in such a complex area as this. And the concept framework is plainly a material consideration. It's been, the council have resolved that it should be, but even if they hadn't, it would have been a material consideration, bearing in mind its genesis and its content and its consultation and so forth, and its relevance to the development of the Gilston area. So that's by no means an uncommon framework. That's to say, you have one development plan and you have a whole host of material considerations, and you test the compliance of any planning application primarily with a development plan, and then apply material considerations and see where that takes you. And that could have continued. Planning applications could have been, in principle, lawfully determined. But here, the decision was made to promote the neighbourhood plan, which, to be valid, in other words, to comply with the basic conditions and to proceed as such, must act as a development plan with the statutory and policy requirements for a development plan. So in the circumstances here, its role should be to flesh out policies GA1 and GA2 at the local and community level, and provide with GA1 and GA2 the statutory guidance for planning applications. So it's those considerations which have caused my the first part of my examination note number 2 under what I called my first main concern. As I say, you've all read the note. I won't read it. I won't spend more time summarizing it. Perhaps the essence under concern 1 is paragraph 16 on page 4, that in the circumstances as we have them here, one would expect to be able to identify in the development plan the location and extent of each village, its proposed dwelling numbers, its density, the heights in terms of broad parameters or indications of development, the associated physical and other infrastructure required, and the relationship between development quantum and the required infrastructure. Now, those are all matters that are dealt with in the concept framework. And as I've said, and as is completely clear, the primary motive for producing the neighbourhood plan was, and I quote, to elevate the concept framework to formal policy status. Now, as things stand, my concern is that the matters I've just listed are to be identified outside the development plan by a process involving informal planning documents, including the concept framework and a raft of other documents, and now driven by planning applications. And so that is the essence of my first concern. And what I'd now like to do is address the invited parties by reference primarily to the responses they've very helpfully provided. And I'm going to start, as I said, with the group. And I'm going to start with one or two questions on their responses. Please be aware, the fact that I don't go through all these, debate all these, is not because I haven't read them. It's not because I shall not consider them very carefully. The purpose of today is that I can probe and ask questions and understand matters. The urban silence document on page, sorry, they're not numbered, on the 1, 2, 3, on the 4th page, I think, penultimate page, I think that's right, paragraph 14, under the heading the extent and location of development, my note paragraphs 8, 11 and 14. Says that the plan sets a clear vision, development principles and policy framework for the determination of planning applications. We believe it does not delegate its role as a development plan to planning applications, but fulfills the functions of a development plan and goes further than the concept framework. Now, if you kindly look at my note, paragraph 13, one of my concerns, as you know, and I've said it out there, is that at paragraph 369, I think it is, Yes. It's stated that the planning applications are to formulate development principles. I've set out a summary of what is said there. I'd like you to just to dwell on my paragraph 13. I won't read it all, but it's very clear as to how the matter is being approached. I do not find, do I, but please comment, a response by Urban Silence to my, for example, my paragraph 16. Where is it that this development plan identifies the location, extent of each village, and so on?
The neighborhood plan does not fix the location and the extent and the density and heights of the development. That was because through consultation, we found that setting criteria-based policies would satisfy the direction and the qualitative aspects of the development, the emphasis on landscape, the emphasis on village quality, etc., that the community wanted, without putting long-term constraints on the development and the development choices. That is to recognize that the development will take a long period of time, and there is quite a lot of technical work being undertaken. Also, the developers were fiercely opposed, as you have seen also in their representation, to anything that constitutes constraints. And so we thought that technically, without designing the master plans ourselves and doing a proper site capacity study, understanding of the flooding issues, the landscape issues, without all of the technical studies that, of course, are being undertaken in parallel by the developers, we wouldn't be able to provide a robust boundary for the villages, for example, or to fix the density. So we thought that by providing the criteria and the design criteria and the landscape framework and describing very clearly what these villages should look like or should aspire to be as villages, then we would satisfy the community aspiration and clarify what is not clear in policy GA1. Policy GA1 talks about villages in general, but it doesn't say, and the concept framework talks about villages of local character, but doesn't define what local character is. And this is what the neighborhood plan sought to do. And to put the landscape framework, to put the landscape framework in the driving seat.
Thank you very much, yes. I am right in saying, aren't I, that the location and extent of the villages are identified in the concept framework. I'm not very good at sharing documents, but you'll all be very familiar with that.
So it's an illustrative. It's an illustrative location. I mean, nobody in this process so far has said where these villages will be exactly.
Well, yeah, well, yes, but these are. I mean, obviously, this is a small-scale plan. It's not a scale plan. I entirely appreciate all that, but it identifies the location and extent, broad extent, of 7 villages. It identifies again approximately the residential content of each at page 137. And although I'm not at all concerned, it's not my business to be concerned with the 2 owners' planning applications. I've looked at them briefly, and I am right in understanding, aren't I, that the parameter plans that identify these matters, for the time being the location and extent, follow very accurately the concept framework plan. That's factually, that's right, isn't it? I mean, you're much more familiar with this than I am, but factually that's right, isn't it?
Sir, I thought, Anthony Wickmore speaking, I thought there have been some changes, certainly in the revisions which we're told have just come through. I thought there would be some changes to Village 1. That's what we've been advised.
Maybe.
In terms of its, so it's flowed into different places and its boundaries have morphed.
Yeah.
If I may, just to verify your point, yes, in clarity, the parameter plans for the application that is submitted do broadly follow the indication of the extent that's shown on the concept framework plans. It's not precise, and as you say, at the scale of that plan, it's not possible to be precise, but yes, the broad intent is reflected.
Thank you. I'm grateful. I mean, could I just pose two real life examples, or if I'm thinking of coming to this area and buying a house in Gilston village, for example, and I look out on the open countryside at the moment, and I've heard about the Gilston proposals, and I've bought a copy of the district plan because I'm told that my surroundings are to be shaped and determined by the development plan. I've bought the district plan. It tells me nothing about the location of any village. I do not find in the neighbourhood plan that crucial piece of information.
We're puzzled here, so if I may interject, as to how a neighbourhood plan prepared by a lay group with limited funds could possibly, if I may say so, start fixing the location of the villages of a 10,000 house development over 20 years involving billions of pounds. It's beyond the scope of a neighbourhood plan, well, in our view. And in your paragraph 16, you lay down, or you say what you would expect it to do, but quite honestly, we struggle to see how a neighbourhood plan produced by the community, produced by us, could address the issues that you've referred to in paragraph 16. And in our responses, we tried to say that if you're asking us to fix the location and the extent of each village and the number of dwellings in that village and the density and the heights of the development and other associated infrastructure issues and so on, to be perfectly frank, and I think it goes to the core of this concern one, that it's an expectation of a neighbourhood plan that is impossible to achieve, that this isn't a small community, or it's a small community, it isn't a small area, it's not a neighbourhood trying to allocate 50 or 60 houses in some of the sort of undeveloped fields, and then going on to say, well, they'll be there and they'll be there and they'll be so there, and the infrastructure will be this and the roads will need improving. I mean, we're very stretched to understand, and we were at the outset with the notes, though I think council did address it, how this expectation of a neighbourhood plan in the context of what we have here, a massive complex development over, as I've said, a number of years. I mean, the people here, the planners for the developers are here. We're in the course of the outline planning applications that came in last year, and met a lot of criticism and comment from, for example, from the officers as to what they would need, how they would need to be modified to go back to go to council, the East Herts Council. They have been in gestation, these modifications, for the best part of this year. And we've learned just this morning that the Places for People modified application, which is pretty extensive, has just gone in the very day of this hearing. And that's probably Brigham's Estate will follow in a month or so. And that'll be another massive period of consultations, of examination by, or perusal by us of what's going to be probably boxes of documents. And how in the, that's just one example of what's happened today or this week. It's beyond the scope, to be perfectly honest, and I think Council's touched on this, and it's not the only way it has to be done for a neighbourhood plan to, as you say, flesh out to that extent the details of this development or this proposed development.
I'm not sorry.
Sorry,
I'm not concerned with the details. I'm concerned with this, with just the fairly basic points I was raising, and that work. It's not impossible to be done because you've done it. You've done it outside the development plan. It's in the concept framework.
But we have no way to, the concept framework, we only have those images that you also have. We have no way to measure exactly how large those areas are.
No, I'm not asking for precision.
What is the density and so on. So what we thought was the most appropriate way to go about it was to set clearly the principles that should guide that development, and that the master plans provided by the developers should prove through policy, because if it is not policy, if it is just material consideration, they will not necessarily have to respond directly to those. But having policies that says there should be a clearly identified green infrastructure, for example, that drives that connects all of the places in the area, that would inform the master plan work. And we thought that that would be a way that we could defend, that it's sound from a planning perspective, that could be evidenced, and that could inform the master plan development without necessarily having to put a red line boundary that we cannot analyze without a lot of master planning work.
Can I just...
Sorry.
Yes, please.
I was just going to add to that, sir, that the process for the progression of the applications is very clearly set out in another development plan document, which is the Gilston Area Charter, which actually is an SPD. And that clearly sets out the process and the importance of the master planning process. And I think, just reiterating what my colleagues have said, is that what the development neighbourhood plan sets to do is to set the principles, but also to ensure that there's a continuing role for the community at each stage of that process. So I think the fact that the charter has, subsequent to the commencement of work on the neighbourhood plan, has actually really clarified the process and the planning process, I think is very helpful. And that is clear that the emphasis placed on the importance of the master plans and that master planning process.
Yes, forgive me, I'm looking away, just forgive me if you would, I'm getting the charter. Remind myself, yes. Yes, thank you very much.
Could I, sorry, sir, can I just pick up a point on the charter, as Franco shared?
Please.
And looking at the charter itself, which is probably the second, at the moment, the second sort of lead policy document. The charter itself, if I could refer you to the appendix in the charter, refers to, first of all, the East Herts district plan, and then this neighbourhood plan, or this draft neighbourhood plan, and says in the first page of Appendix 1 that this draft plan includes policies to guide landscape development, village structure and design, infrastructure delivery, and the relationship of the new developments with the existing villages. On adoption, the neighbourhood plan will form part of the statutory development plan against which relevant planning applications will be determined. I mean, that itself, that's East Hartson and SPD recognising what the role of the neighbourhood plan will be. It's not, well,
and also, since we wouldn't be able to add very much to the blobs, if you want, that are in the concept framework, without a lot of technical analysis, would that have helped a lot? I mean, would have it been a significant addition to the validity of the neighborhood plan, since the concept framework is still there? What we sought to do was to clarify the role of the landscape, the nature of the landscape, the nature of the village, the concept of villages, and so on. So we try to focus on the quality of it and the way to master plan those, rather than necessarily fix those boundaries without sufficient knowledge to validate what it is in the concept framework.
One of the key points is that the development plan process gives a chance to anybody who's concerned about the content of the development plan to have those concerns ventilated as a matter of statutory right in front of a local plan examiner or a neighbourhood plan examiner. I mean, take for example, I've no idea what Hunsdon House is. This may be a bad example. Forgive me if it's a bad example, there may be better examples. I know they're concerned about the setting of the Grade 1 listed building, of course. I don't actually know what their position is as to the advent of and location of Village 7. Now, if this were put through a development plan, the owners of Hunsdon House, and indeed the owners of any land which are potentially prejudiced by major development, would have the opportunity to have their views ventilated and determined by an independent examination process. None of that takes place through material considerations. And that's why the system, both statutory and policy, is one of the reasons why it is as it is, to give parties the statutory right to express objections or concerns.
I think so. I think that, I mean, from my recollection, but just prior to the local planning inquiry, the community did comment on the concept framework, working in a collaborative sort of style with the developers, and we made 60 suggestions for strategic change. Of those 60 suggestions, the Places for People, as the lead developer, said that they agreed with 58 of them. So we've worked in a collaborative way, but as we're getting to the examination in public of the local plan, clearly this wasn't something which we wanted in terms of the release of the Green Belt. We accept that that is what's happened, and we're trying to work in a collaborative way, which is, as Martina said, in terms of has driven our strategy for developing the neighbourhood plan. But I don't know that, certainly, I mean, I think it's interesting, you know, Philip quite rightly referred to the fact that broadly the developers are staying with the same allocation of the villages, but that allows quite a lot of morphing at the edges. So, you know, there's change, and it's very difficult as a resident who lives in a community to comment on something where it's you know, the edges are not fixed and they are being changed. And indeed, places people have agreed with some of those changes. So there isn't the precision in the local plan, there isn't the precision in the concept framework. And therefore, we're stuck with how, as a community, can we do that master planning and that detailed work when we're simply not established to do it. It's massive a piece of work, but that's for you to guide us on.
Well, of course, I mean, you're well aware that neighbourhood plans can and do make land allocations.
Yes, of course. But
but not
I do appreciate the task involved in this one,
exactly.
which I do appreciate that. I'm not unsympathetic to that. I mean, it may be that is why a neighbourhood plan in these circumstances was such a tall order. But I do appreciate the difficulties, I promise you.
May I, sorry, if the way, I think your example of the position of Hanston House and Village 7 as an example is a good one, because it allows us to show you how we sought to address it in practical terms in the neighbourhood plan. That is, not to set a boundary or move the boundary from what we can gather from the blob on the concept framework, but we said that the area around Hanston House should be treated as a sensitive area. We clearly identified that the viewpoints to and from Hanston House are significant, and we identified the need to have soft edges and no prominent buildings in full view from the outside countryside. So we identified, we set the criteria that then the master plan needs to respond to. At our stage, we wouldn't have the possibility to do a lot more that would be significant without a lot more analysis. And you have seen the comments received by Savos. They also contest that the views should be retained, contest that the sensitive, the landscape around the Village 7 should be retained, and so on. So I think that we did try to push it as far as the neighborhood plan capacity and technical capacity and framework and ability in terms of not technical ability, but the scope of the neighborhood plan and the funding available and the technical expertise at the disposal of the neighborhood plan has been able to take it forward. And without the neighborhood plan, that level of protection would not be there at all. The consideration of Hanston House, for example, will not be there at all. And the same of the views from St. Mary's, which is another Grade 1 listed building, would not be there at all because it's nowhere else.
Okay, thank you. I've got those points.
Sir, do you mind if I... Sorry, sir, I was just wanting to... Is it possible for me to reply back to a couple of points just to clarify? Sorry, Jane Barnett, acting on behalf of Briggins Estate, Village 7.
Yes, would you very much mind if you just hold your point?
Of course.
I do want to hear them. I'm going to come to Savills one after the council, and is that all right? I've read Martin Edwards' advice, of course, so I bear all that in mind. I'm going to come next to the council, still staying with my concern number one. I have got the council's short note, which I received on the 17th. And I'm grateful for that, and I understand what's being said. I don't know whether Mr. Pavey or Mr. Steptoe want to add anything. I'm not requiring as it were, addition. I think I understand what is being said and what is not being said in that response. Mr. Steptoe, yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, please. So just hearing the discussion there, you know, I can say on behalf of the council, you know, we can understand the position that the neighbourhood plan colleagues there have outlined for you in terms of the extensive nature of the developments taking place, and therefore the rather significant task that they would have faced in terms of seeking to give the rather more definitive nature of development that you've outlined. We always took the view through the district plan that the allocation identified in there, although as you rightly say, of course, you can't identify 7 individual villages, you can identify a broad extent of development. So you will have seen, of course, that there's the parameter of the pylons delineating the northern and western extent, and then the Stork Valley and the other villages delineating the location. So in terms of your example that you gave earlier on around a prospective purchaser coming to the area to look for a property, we certainly felt that the implication, if they looked in the development plan, they would see the implication of this very significant amount of development in the location generally, and so that would give the sort of parameters that they need to know about in that sort of judgment around purchase and so on. So we felt that did give a level of prescription, albeit, as you say, it certainly doesn't pick up 7 individual villages. In terms of the concept framework, which does go on to give that further definition, it was very much a piece of work that was driven by the landowners working in collaboration very much at the time, and Anthony Bickmore's right that there was an extensive dialogue with the neighbourhood plan group and their representatives, but they didn't effectively, if you like, undertake that work. So as you say, it has been undertaken, but again, it wasn't necessarily a neighbourhood plan group led. They responded to it, and again, as they could do within the scope of their capacity and ability to do so. So we very much understand and can support the approach the neighbourhood plan have taken, given the context that they're in. And you've heard their reference, of course, and you've looked at the charter, which we feel is the way forward. The SPD document we've produced is the way forward to taking us to that greater definition, notwithstanding, of course, that we have the planning applications at the same time. So putting, as you say, putting that rightly aside, it's not your area of interest today, although, of course, you're aware of them. Putting that aside, we have the process set out through which that greater definition would be achieved. So you know, we very much understand and can see why the neighbourhood plan has been cast and brought forward in the way it has. So I think primarily that's what we have to say in relation to that main issue, to assist you, hopefully. Thank you.
I'm grateful. Thank you very much. Mr. Pavey, you indicated that your colleague, Mr. Steptoe, was, I think, the main spokesman on this. Is there anything you want to add to that? What's been said is very clear.
No, I think that's it. He's largely picked up the points in our sort of concern, in our note back to your concern number 1. So no, I echo those points.
Thank you very much. Now, Jane Barnett, forgive me. Let me just put the NPG documents on one side just for a second and come to your letter, and please say what you were going to say, and I cut you off.
Thank you, sir. I mean, this is more specific in terms of the group's references to the heritage impact assessment on Hunston House and the views. I don't know whether we want to come on to that, or perhaps we deal.
Well, I am going to come later to a fairly daunting task of going through policy by policy, and of course heritage is one of those matters. So we will pick up views to some extent, to the extent that we can sensibly today. I'm more concerned with the matters of principle that arise under my first concern, please, at this stage.
Understood. Yeah.
And on that, your letter, Ms. Barnett, deals with concern 1 from the bottom of the first page over to the end of page 2, and I know it covers actually concern 2 as well, in terms of succinctness, and I'll come to that under concern 2. But as I read what you're saying here, it seemed to me that you were accepting, certainly not resisting, the concerns that I have expressed under concern 1.
I think that's right, sir. And to start off, I mean, we as we've expressed throughout the representations and the letter, we completely, commend the plan and the comprehensiveness of it, and the the overall objectives in what it's trying to achieve. And certainly, as we've all discussed, it is a daunting task of 10,000 homes to be planned, and how to get to grips with that. But I think as we draw back to the basic condition tests, and the first concern that you mentioned, sir, in terms of the general conformity with the strategic policies, and indeed the MPPF, and the tests mentioned within statute. I think we just need to be sure that the neighbourhood plan is entirely consistent with that. And as we've discussed or alluded to earlier, GA1 does set out the key development principles. The parameters are set out in the concept framework. And we haven't actually mentioned this earlier, but sitting underneath the concept framework, the landowners have actually done quite an extensive piece of assessment work through various topics, which supported both the concept framework, but also the local plan examination. And I know the group very actively and positively contributed into that as part of the consultation process. But I think it's important to identify that assessment work has been done at the outset in support of the framework. And then basically the outline planning applications for both villages 1 to 6, which Quad will talk about, and V7, which is the application we're responsible for, has drawn on those key parameters set out within the concept framework. So there is a process there, and I think there is certainly a role for the neighbourhood plan if there are certain principles that can be drawn out, which are consistent with the concept framework, which forms, as I say, the parameters for the applications. And there is certainly a role. I think the concern that we have is if there is confusion in providing that statutory plan guidance in determining the planning applications, that's where there is inconsistency. And effectively, the neighbourhood plan is a framework, isn't it, for determining the planning applications. And I think we're in this odd situation where the outline planning applications have developed quite substantially. The amendments remain within the parameters set out within the concept framework. But there are issues of infrastructure delivery, for example, which are very detailed, complex matters, which are being dealt with currently through Section 106 negotiations. And my concern is that, for example, if the neighbourhood plan is starting to embrace those issues again, is there inconsistency or an out of sync point here between what is being discussed through the applications and what is set out in the neighbourhood plan?
Thank you. So I think, I mean, as you said at the outset, you I think on the seemingly arid point of compliance with basic condition A and the development plan led aspects of the statute and policy in the way that I have fleshed out my concerns, I think you share those concerns. Is that right?
That's correct.
Thank you. Can I turn to Quad, please? Places for people. I have got your. Give me one moment. There it is. I've got your email of the 13th, Mr. Murphy. Thank you very much. And I mean, you are essentially aligning yourself with Savills on these points, and you identify similar concerns, and indeed you support the concerns that I raise and Savills raise, that the plan does not conform with national and strategic policies.
Thank you, sir. Yes, in summary, that's correct. I won't repeat what colleagues have said at Savills, but yes, essentially we endorse that and have similar concerns. So could I make one quick clarification if possible, please? It was mentioned earlier on by Urban Silence that without the neighbourhood plan in place, you wouldn't be able to we wouldn't be able to have confidence in issues like Hunsdon House and St Mary's being addressed as concerns. Just to point your attention, as it's come up, to criteria VO of GA1. That criteria specifically identifies particular heritage issues that need to be contemplated.
Can I just give me one moment? Thank you. I'll just turn it up. Yes, it's a long criterion, that one, isn't it? The longest relating to heritage, yes.
It is, and it was subject to much debate with Historic England, which is hence why it's the length it is. But particularly, it references the heritage assets and importantly links through to a document referred to as the Heritage Impact Assessment. And in that document itself, it deals with particular identifications of mitigation, some of which specifically relate to the two assets that have been referred to you today. For particular reference, if you wish to look at it, it's paragraphs 5, 10, and 513 of that HIA document.
Thank you very much. That's helpful. Thank you. Then I'll come lastly to Hunsdon House. Can I say with all gratitude and respect, I didn't find this response as helpful as the others, I have to say, because it seemed to me largely to retread the arguments you've made in your representations, which I was not inviting. I don't find, but tell me if I've missed it, please, I don't find a specific response to my first concern as I've articulated it, paragraph 16 of the note as, if you like, the high watermark of that. Have I missed it? Who's the spokesman?
That will be me, sir.
Thank you.
Well, I think that the essence of your question is that we consider the neighbourhood plan to have a role, and we consider ultimately that it does meet the basic conditions. We consider the neighbourhood plan to have a statutory right. We agree with the legal advice that was given to neighbourhood planning group. The neighbourhood plan has a statutory right to be produced, and ultimately, I think that the issue that you raised about the boundary of the village boundaries and the location of those village boundaries, and whether or not details such as that should be included in the neighbourhood plan is a similar issue to whether or not those issues should be dealt with in the local plan or the district plan. So in the sense that it was acceptable for the district plan not to define those things as a separate part of the development plan system, in our view, the neighbourhood plan can equally choose whether or not to include that level of detail. The concept framework is maintained in the planning policy regime. Our concern, as you may well have gathered, has always been primarily the evidence base that's used to justify the boundaries of Village 7, primarily within the concept framework, and we have concerns about how the location of Village 7, the location of development within Village 7, might affect the setting of Hunsdon House, and that fundamentally that's our concern. But in terms of whether or not the neighbourhood plan meets the basic conditions, we believe that it does.
Okay, thank you. That's clear. Can I raise another point that is perhaps a wider point that also falls under my first main concern? This neighbourhood plan would be the lower order. That's not a pejorative term. It sits under the district plan, of course, in terms of hierarchy. That's all I mean. Would be the development plan until 2033. It's not inconceivable that in the future, housing need from national government will be such, or local need will be such, that the owners, if not the council, may be thinking of an 8th village or a 9th village in the Gilston area. What does the neighbourhood plan say about that?
I guess so.
So, am I on?
Yes.
Yeah.
Fine.
Sorry, Anthony. I mean, I think that's true of the district plan as well, because that is taking things up to 2033, and there is provision in the neighbourhood plan regime for amending neighbourhood plans and changing neighbourhood plans. And indeed, we've seen in the recent white paper that in 2025 or thereabouts, there'll be a new regime anyway, and there'll have to be a new district plan and a new neighbourhood plan then, if that goes through. So this isn't the sort of final neighbourhood plan forever. If there were dramatic change, then there would have to be an amended plan. There'd probably have to be an amended district plan. But one thing we do want to say, that if this neighbourhood plan doesn't get through now, we won't be doing another one. We've spent too much time, we've spent our funds, our support from locality, from the government. We've spent thousands of hours on this. And I'm concerned with the discussion that seems to be leading along the lines that in the context of the Gilston estate, Gilston area development, a neighbourhood plan has no part to play. And to me, this seems to be a complete denial of the democratic rights of that the Localism Act, that Parliament has given neighbourhoods. It may be difficult, and it is difficult in a complex, massive development like this to fit it in. But it is the way we see to exercise the rights we have to shape and develop the what happens in our area. And if we can't do that, then what is the community going to wonder about how the democratic rights given by Parliament are ever going to work in this type of development? And that the failure, if the developers, and possibly yourself, in the context of Serious Concern 1, are saying, really, this has no part to play unless you virtually write the subversion of the district plan and deal with all of this complex work that has to be done. If we don't do that, there won't be a neighbourhood plan. And it's going to be very damaging to our present communities as to whether we're ever going to have a voice, ever going to be exercised, ever going to be able to exercise the rights that the Localism Act give us. And serious implications, I would suggest, for localism and neighbourhood planning generally in the future and nationally. So it's of great concern, but we must listen to what people say, and we are willing. We welcome the scrutiny of our draft plan. Don't think, and I'm not saying it's perfect. Obviously, it's not perfect. It is the best we can do, or the best we have managed to do so far. And it will have shortcomings. And as the examination identifies those, we're very willing to listen and to do everything we can to put them right within the examination process. But we just hope we are given a place to have a neighbourhood plan, and that we have a place and we have a role in this development, big as though it is, in our neighbourhood. Sorry, Anthony.
So in response to your question about villages 8, 9 and whatever, we've worked and we've taken on board the assurances of the leader of the council and the developers that the rest of the land will be passed into community ownership. That is yet to be defined as to properly how that will be, but the discussions in a collaborative sort of way, and so we're not a protest group saying that they're trying to find ways to stop this development. We recognise, as I said before, the primacy, as you referred to it, of the local plan and the GA1 and GA2 allocation. So we recognise that. We're working with people. So we're working with how do we put in the triple lock for community ownership and other species on which you will be much more of an expert than me to manage and manage the landscape buffers, manage the other landscape areas so that they do become a community asset in that way into the future. Now, I accept that the primacy of legislation means that government can say they will promote a compulsory purchase order and they will want to develop houses elsewhere. But obviously, we would hope that people, in particular the district council and the developers, would recognise the undertakings as part of the planning gain from the allocations. That's the first point. The second point is, I think, going back to the precision of the villages 1 to 7, absolutely, we've been talking with and collaborating with the developers on the applications in the period since they made them. And we understand and we have been assured that there will be changes to the development boundaries of some of the villages coming through in the revisions. They've only just come through. I have no idea whether that's come through in the detail. From the knowledge of how we've worked with Quad and Places for People and Savills, I would expect those things to have come through. There's no reason why they wouldn't stand by that, but they've changed. So if we had defined the precise boundaries, through negotiation and obviously discussion, those boundaries have changed anyway. At the wish of and with collaboration between the community and the two developers. Thank you.
Just a bit more, if I can just, forgive me repeating myself, I'm not concerned with the planning applications. I can't be. My concern is that the location and scope, extent, broad extent of the villages and various other aspects are not dealt with in the development plan. That's my central concern. And if I could just add this in response to Mr. O'Shea, I'm sorry, I don't buy Martin Edwards' suggestions that the Localism Act objectives are being defeated or frustrated by the concerns I'm raising. I'm a massive fan of neighbourhood plans, both in my practice and as an independent examiner. They are an absolutely essential part of the process these days. My concern is the more technical ones that I've set out. Mr. Wordage.
You were on, so you have to.
Thank you, sir. I've just come off mute, so hopefully you can hear me. I just want to come back to your first question, which is the fact that neighbourhood plan doesn't identify precisely the limits to development and heights, etc., etc. And I think the group have explained to you that, you know, as a neighbourhood plan area, they've got obviously enormous challenges in terms of a significant amount of new development within an area which probably wasn't necessarily imagined in the kind of neighbourhood plan type framework situation where it might be much lesser development. And I suppose my concern as a heritage expert is if we are reliant on the development plan and other material considerations, and we've discussed primarily those are, I think, the concept framework and the local plan. The local plan policy was informed, as Philip Murphy has suggested, by the Montague Evans report and heritage impact assessment. And that report imagines that there wouldn't be any buildings visible from Hunsdon House in the development of Village 7. The concept framework identifies sensitivity of the historic landscapes in parts of the Gilston area, and it looks specifically at Gilston Park and does a little bit of analysis on the sensitivity of that historic landscape. It doesn't do the same for Hunsdon House, and it's conspicuous in its absence that no one has actually assessed what the setting of Hunsdon House is. I think the neighbourhood plan group have had access to the report that the owner of Hunsdon House commissioned on the statements of significance for Hunsdon House. So I think that to an extent has informed some of the content of the neighbourhood plan. But I suppose if you see how the existing policy framework plays out, the fact that Hunsdon House owner has got concerns about the development and about the impact on its setting and its significance, and that's also highlighted, I think, by Historic England in relation to floodlighting. It seems that, you know, if the neighbourhood plan can make that process of understanding the significance of Hunsdon House and other heritage assets and their setting, then that surely must be a good thing to work towards that. And their adoption of a more thematic approach rather than sort of fixed spatial planning maybe is appropriate in these circumstances in order to kind of better manage the challenges and the complexity of the development before them.
Understood, thank you. Can I take Joanna Chambers first, please?
Yes, so I just wanted to go back to your point with regards to future changes in the plan. Quite clearly, we have addressed that in the monitoring section, which does look at a regular update and monitoring and looking at the changes over time. So it's certainly, we're quite clear that changes will happen inevitably with a development of this scale. But it comes back to the point I think my colleagues have really reiterated, is that the community wants to be part of a collaborative approach, working closely with developers and with the council in reviewing the appropriateness of the plan going forward. And we feel we have addressed that in the monitoring section of the plan.
Thank you, that's a valuable point. Ms. Chambers, I should be looking, shouldn't I, at well, there isn't a policy, which is quite right that there isn't a policy, but it's page 152, isn't it, that you're referring to? Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
Yes, thank you. Can I just, I've got a number of hands up. Can I take Ms. Barnett first, please?
Thank you, sir. Just very quickly in response to the earlier comment on heritage, and I know we do have an afternoon session to run through the policies and particularly picking up on heritage and views in more detail, so I won't spend too much time on that, but I felt best to respond. I mean, I absolutely agree that we need to recognise the significance in the setting of Hunston House, and that is identified in the development plan and the concept framework. And I think it's important to note at this stage that the Village 7 outline planning application provides a very detailed heritage assessment, which forms part of the environmental statement, which sets out a full assessment of that. And the applicant has been in very close consultation with Historic England in that respect to look at the heritage receptors and the impacts and how that can be mitigated through the parameters set out in the application. And I know this isn't the forum for discussing the merits or otherwise of the planning applications, but I just wanted to make that point.
Okay, thank you. I think Mr. Steptoe with his hand up, please.
Thank you, sir. Yes, so I was going to, so sorry, hopefully we're not jumping around too much, but just in response to your thought and that point about future-proofing and longevity of the plan, you will have picked up, of course, that the development plan, the district plan, identifies the potential for 10,000 homes to be delivered in the Gilston area, of which we anticipate 3,000 to be within the plan period. So we've already in the development plan at district level, we're already looking at that very much longer term prospect of development. And to my mind, the neighbourhood plan, of course, is based on that same total prospect. So that the neighbourhood plan doesn't come at this with a 2033 horizon in their minds, and therefore only 3,000. They come at it with the full extent of development. So it was just my thinking is that insofar as any neighbourhood plan can ever be future-proofed, or any local plan can ever be future-proofed, we have here a prospect that indeed looks very much beyond the current plan period to a longer-term timescale. So indeed there is a very significant degree of forward-looking here that the neighbourhood plan is also embraced. So it just seemed to me worth to remind. I'm sure you would have picked that point up, but obviously just worth. I thought it was worth a reminder in relation to that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Did anybody else have their hand up at this stage? I don't think so. Mr. Varro, please.
Just a quick observation. Does the fact, if the neighbourhood plan doesn't fix definite boundaries for the development and doesn't fix height and densities and corridors, it doesn't do a master plan, is that against, does it go against policy? This is what somehow, I understand that it would have been better, and more things would have been resolved if we had more detail in the neighbourhood plan. but is the neighborhood plan invalidated if it keeps that criteria-based policy and flexibility, taking into account the horizon that Kevin Steptoe just mentioned, that this is a long-term plan? We don't necessarily are in full understanding of the development plan or the viability of starting one village against another, or starting 5 villages at one time, or we don't have the full picture as a neighborhood plan group with the technical support that is available.
Well, my concern, I won't repeat my note 2, but my concern, as you know, as I think clearly expressed, is that matters that should have been in the neighbourhood plan are in the concept framework, are now being delegated explicitly to planning applications for providing the principles for future development. That is my concern. That would have been a perfectly proper approach, of course, if in my narrative at the outset of this discussion, there hadn't been a neighbourhood plan. So you had the concept framework, and then the developers would pick up the concept framework, as indeed they have, and set out parameter plans and put those before the council. So that's my concern. Joanna Chambers.
Yes, could I just pick up on that point, please? I think it's important to recognise that with the adoption of the neighbourhood plan, the concept framework will still remain a material consideration in planning terms, but it is a benchmark. It was always seen as an illustrative plan, and this was much debated during the preparation of the concept framework, and then when the council adopted it as a benchmark. So it showed a way of doing it in terms of meeting the principles and the vision in the concept framework, but recognising that there might have been another way of doing it as well. And I think that is the key point, that the boundaries could change in there, and they certainly will be refined and further developed in the landscape master plan. The strategic landscape master plan is a really important document because it is the one that brings everything together, including looking at the boundaries and the interface with the existing villages to create what is a part of a garden town. They're not separate villages, they are part of a much bigger entity.
Thank you.
I think the key point is that the concept framework will still be there as a material consideration, giving those elements, but we debated this very long and hard with the council, and many people in the community would have liked to be much more prescriptive in the policies, but we were advised at that time that it would be unacceptable to be so prescriptive. And there was a great deal of pushback that the community received at that stage, which is why, in consultation with the council, we went down the route of criteria-based policies to ensure there was a framework for considering these very important matters.
Thank you. Yes, I've picked up that narrative as to how we got where we are very clearly. Thank you. Is there anything else that I mean, we've had a full discussion. It's been extremely helpful to me. Is there anything else that anybody needs to say about my first concern? Well, that must have been a good debate then. So thank you very much. It's slightly before 11:30, but I'm going to suggest, because I'm going to come to my second concern, and this is a good breaking point. If it's of any comfort, my third concern, for reasons I'll set out, I'm not going to pursue. So that leaves my second concern to be dealt with under agenda item 3. And so I'm going to suggest, if everybody's happy with this, that we break now and we resume at 11:45. Is that okay with everybody?
So do you want me to just add that if you can leave the sort of the Zoom meeting if you like, or you can just leave your cameras off and mute yourselves. We'll keep the live stream running just so that people obviously know that it's a continuing. But yeah, just obviously make sure you're either off or if you do leave, just be aware you may have to. I'll have to let you back in, so please just arrive a little bit earlier.
Okay, thank you very much. I myself am going to stop my video and mute, but stay in the meeting, as it were. So thank you very much. See you at 11:45. Hello again.
You wanted to say something?
No, it's just this.
Okay, is everybody ready to resume?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Thank you. Second concern, shortly expressed in my note. The plan is very long. It's 198 pages. We don't reach the first policy until page 54, and 93% of the plan is text and not, and 7% is policy. There's also cross-reference, understandably, all this is understandable, to 4, 5, 6, 7 other planning documents. And I understand from what I've read that a number of consultees, the Garden Town authorities and others, asked for additional text and additional points to be expressed. So I understand, I think, how we've got to where we are. So my concern is length, lack of conciseness, lack of precision, and along with that, repetition. Could I just give one example of my concern about repetition? You formulate very, very sensible policies, objectives that have come from consultation, that the 7 villages should be distinctive new villages. I haven't by any means made a complete list of how often that point is repeated. It's a good point. It only really needs to be made more or less once in text and policy. It's made repeatedly. It's made, for example, twice in paragraph 111, paragraph 121, in policy AG1, in paragraph 134, in policy AG2, in paragraph 164, in paragraph AG4, in paragraph 204, in policy AG6, sub criteria 1 and 2, in policy BV1. And you know, I reached the point, well, this was a good point at the outset, but if I have to read it again and again, why is it being repeated constantly? So let me open up that point to debate, all those points, because there are a number of points under my main concern too, and I'll go through the parties in the order that we've done before. And can I start with the group, and can I start with urban silence, and can I start with your paragraph 6.2? Well, that's one of the references where which I picked up, that you say, if the plan departs from the need for explaining succinctly, it's because the group was requested by the district council and other consultees to include more details in the plan, which resulted in extended policies. And you give some examples of that point, including Quad and the Garden Town representations. Can I just, before asking you to make any additional points, could I just go to your paragraph 22, please, as well? You say that the text has become extensive at the request of various stakeholders, reflective of the complexity of a development of this scale and the extensive set of guidance and supporting documents available. You say we would be open to consider editorial changes directed improving readability, for example, by moving parts or most of these sections to a supporting volume, should I consider this is advantageous. These do not represent substantive modifications. I mean, my concern on that is that if to make the plan concise and precise and not guilty of extensive repetition is an exercise, frankly, that goes beyond modifications. It would mean rewriting the plan. That is my concern, and that's not within my power, nor do I wish to, nor is it my job. Anyway, Mr. Javara, over to you for any points you'd like to add to your helpful response.
So could I just start off, please, as chairman of the Neighbourhood Plan Group? Two points, I think, here. You will have seen the comments logbook and therefore the very extensive nature of the comments which we received and the requests which you've referred to already from many parties to expand it. So that's a point which I think you perhaps acknowledged, and we don't need me to take further time to expand on that. The second point is, which I would like to bring to your attention, is that we're trying to write this plan so that it works for a community. It's not a community of planning professionals, it's not a community of specialists, it's a community who can pick up this plan and read it. So we tried to make it into a plan which the community can look and feel comfortable as they go through it. We've tried to aim for, I think it's, is it crystal kite mark or whatever it is, the plain English type of approach. So we've tried to do that. If we got tangled up with trying to make sure it respects and comments back to a community who are not planning professionals, we apologise for that. And if we can find ways of getting it better, then we'll obviously look to do that. But we've been pressed from every point to try and expand it and to include more. So yes, okay, there's some duplications of references to, but it's a very important point about the nature of the villages and how they work. And the community feel terribly strongly about this because this absolutely, as the developers recognise, this affects people's lives. People have built their homes and communities here for decades. And this development is happening, and so there is a need to help the community understand this change, which the Neighbourhood Plan Group is working collaboratively and in a positive relationship with both developers and the council to try and make sure this happens. So we need to, I accept it may not be ideal in terms of the planning process and the planning profession, but our audience for our neighbourhood plan is much wider. And that's in the, I think, I would say that that's in the sort of core of writing a neighbourhood plan, which we've tried to achieve. I accept, of course, that you have enormous experience and expertise in this. This is just my own first neighbourhood plan, and I haven't got another neighbourhood to write a plan for. But so that's, I thought, possibly worthwhile making as an introductory point from the community's point of view. Martina, do you want to add further?
I'll start on this, and Martina may wish to add to it. I think, as Anthony has said, This is probably a neighbourhood plan unlike any other, and I think that's one of the issues that's really emerging from the discussions that we're having. We have worked really hard over the Regulation 14's consultation and through to Regulation 16, and I think you'll have seen, and I know the District Council has remarked on this in their own representations, how that plan changed over that period to become clearer, to remove ambiguity and to ensure consistency. And that has been our main objective. No doubt if we'd gone through another round, we could have actually made it shorter again. But it's grown over time to reflect the complexity of the proposal, the number of different views, the community views, but also the absolute determination of the community to reflect and to take account of all the stakeholders as well, who are multifaceted in this process. If we'd taken on every comment from the Environment Agency, from the Canals Trust, it would have been another 50 pages, and we did draw the line on that. But the one thing that I would really want to stress, and we've gone through this exercise in preparation for this hearing, is that whilst there might be some duplication, there's no inconsistencies. The policies are consistent with each other, and that is a very important point. I think the references to distinctiveness and character, it was almost inevitable, because whether you're looking at it from a landscape point of view or a village character point of view, or the treatment of the green spaces within the villages, that was absolutely the key concern of the local community, that this was going to be a distinctive development. It wasn't going to be an extension to Harlow, and that was a key message. And they wanted to see that reflected. And I think it is, as Anthony said, we've tried to make it a readable document. I think this is the first document of any kind for the area that has brought all of the guidance together into one place, which I think is a very helpful thing to do. But we have used the guidance to again demonstrate that what we're saying is not in conflict either with the district plan or with any of the guidance documents that's been produced. So I think, as we've said in our statement, there is the potential for editing, and we have actually, we've undertaken a few tests on some of the policies to see what that would mean. It doesn't change the policy, it doesn't change the substance of the policy, but it means a lot of that rationale could go into an appendix without changing the message of the document or the substance of the policy.
But then, when we tried this as an experiment during the course of the week since we received your note, Janine and others from the neighborhood plan group said for the community it will be confusing because they will have to read multiple documents, and of course the community will not be familiar with all that is happening with the garden town, with all of they cannot keep pace with all that is going on. And you have seen that also from their representations for the neighborhood plan, in which some observation about the planning applications are mixed in, because obviously for the community it's not easy to separate and identify the various strands of planning policy. So in a situation of so significant change in the area, I think the community, and this is what Anthony wanted to say, and Janine for sure, is that having a little bit more extensive justification within the neighborhood plan makes it more understandable, gives the context for the community in a way that they will not be able to pick up otherwise. So there will be a loss of moving them into an appendix. And that, of course, doesn't mean that more precision cannot be found through normal modifications.
Thank you. Is there anything else that the neighbourhood group would like to add before I move to other parties present?
Not from me at this stage, thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
One point that it's obviously concerning when you say that your concerns are not capable of modification, and indeed that's not your job. But I mean, the procedures, and I was reading your institute's guide, do allow for halfway stages of, I think they're called exploratory meetings or sessions, if I may use that word, where these things can be explored further and work can be done on them. I'm not suggesting a series of workshops to you, but it is a possibility, as is suspension of the plan. But to go away and rewrite it and start again and reconsult, I don't think that is something we would wish to do. And I don't think it is something we will do. But working on it and exploratory meetings and discussing this further, or possibly suspension if we have to go away and rewrite and come back to you and not start the process again, may be an answer if your concerns are not alleviated today or by the time you write your report, or no, before you write your report.
I mean, I think so. It's also, you know, there's an issue for the community in just terms of getting the funding to we're not as a community going to make any money out of this development. It's not as though we've got a financial interest in it other than protecting the values of our homes. So we can do a lot with coffee mornings, but actually getting the funding in place to manage this sort of thing is quite a challenge. One of the developers has kindly offered us some money, as has the Secretary of State when we met with him. But we, it's as you all know, it's a complex and expensive process. Thank you.
Could I have Joanna Joanna Chambers, please put her hand up first?
Yes, it was just one point, just to add on the point of duplication. I think it is really important to actually say that we are, through the neighbourhood plan, whilst we're actually building on the concept framework, we're not duplicating the concept framework, because obviously the two documents, it goes without saying, have very different status. The policy documents we've obviously looked at are the development plan documents in terms of ensuring no duplication between the neighbourhood plan and the local plan.
No, that was not my concern. I don't see that there is inappropriate duplication between those two documents. Thank you. Janine Bryant wanted to say something, please.
Yeah, I'd appreciate it. I know I'm down as an observer, but as a member of the neighbourhood planning group, we've had to tread a very fine line with our residents and community. We've done our very best to work collaboratively in partnership with the developers in writing this plan. And in some cases, and I think it's clear from some of the responses to the Reg 16, some of the residents actually believe we may have gone too far in trying to accommodate what the landowners are looking for. So I think if we seriously feel that we're having to do a major rewrite of this, I think there will be a lot of concern and feeling that they've been let down by the system. It's already been said, this document has been written to enable people to read it and feel as though they're part of a community. And I think we've also deliberately tried to word it. We're not looking just at the existing community. The way the wording has been put in is to try and make sure we get the excellent developments that we've been promised, and that's for the new people that move into the area, not just for the existing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Does anybody from the group want to say anything more on this topic before I move to the council? Okay, the council say that the length remains an issue. It would certainly benefit from being far more succinct. There are elements of duplication. So I don't know whether I look at Mr. Pavey or Mr. Steptoe. I'm happy to hear from either or both, but it seems to me that you're essentially sharing my concern on this second point.
Yes, pretty much. I think we acknowledge that there was obviously huge strides made between these Regulation 14 and Regulation 16 plan, in particular on the clarity and purpose of the policies. And I think we've noted that. The neighbourhood plan group will know, because it's something I've been banging the drum of since the start, about concise neighbourhood plans, and yeah, the overall length, particularly as we look at it from a decision-making point of view, because ultimately we're going to have to use this neighbourhood plan to determine applications. It would certainly benefit the decision maker with just a bit more clarity and a slightly shorter plan that was slightly more succinct. So yeah, we do hear that, and it would benefit ever so slightly from being a bit more succinct.
Just making a note. Thank you. And then, Mr. Steptoe, I assume that there's nothing separate you wish to add on that point.
That's right, sir. No, nothing further to add. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then, so in the order I've been following, Savills, again, I'm looking at pages 2 and 3. Ms. Barnett, you say it's a lengthy document which unnecessarily duplicates policies, process and guidance. Repetition. I think, in a word, that you again are agreeing with my concern on this point.
That's right, sir. I think there is, unfortunately, there is an element of duplication. I understand absolutely what the group is saying in terms of stakeholder consultation and having to, bring in a number of aspects and points drawing out of that process. Unfortunately, it does draw back to this point that it will be part of the statutory development plan needs to provide that precise and concise guideline for determining the planning applications. So I think in terms of duplication, I mean, there are a number of pages, as we know, within the neighbourhood plan which set out the various objectives of the concept framework, the GA1 policy principles, etc. And at the appendix of the neighbourhood plan itself, it sets out those key documents and how the policies correlate with that. But it does show the raft of policy that needs to be considered when drafting the neighbourhood plan, and lots of references to those policy documents. But I think that the second point I want to make is the translation of some of those policies within GA1 and guidance set out in the concept framework. For example, in terms of views, and I know we'll talk about this when we get into the detail on the policy, but new views have been identified within the neighbourhood plan, which are not identified in the concept framework as an example, and which have not been assessed as part of the V7 planning application as agreed with Historic England. So and they are private views, not public views. So, I mean, we'll come into that level of detail when we get to that policy, but that is an example of translation and interpretation of policy set out in the current development plan, and showing inconsistency from a perspective. But I think in answering your point, sir, about duplication, it is an agreement with what you've set out in your note.
Thank you very much, Mr. Murphy, for Quad, Places for People. I think we have the same. We have the same position, don't we, Mr. Murphy? Very clearly set out in your response, particularly in the middle of the second page. you're sharing my concern.
We do, sir. Yes, I mean, I think it's fair to say that, as you know from the representations that we've made and the length of time we've spent with the neighbour plan group, we support the intent of the plan and want to see it coming forward in a manner that's suitable. It is lengthy at the moment, but I think as much of an issue as Ms Barnett's identified is the consistency point as well, and the issue that comes from the numerous references creates an unfortunate outcome that you then get the inconsistent approach and outcomes as a result of it. And I know that paragraph 6.2 of the urban silence note, they reference the quad representation as maybe a basis for them having to do extra length in the document. I mean, I think what we were trying to do in that representation was identify some of those concerns that I've identified there about consistency. And you don't need to go to it at this minute, but the paragraph at the top of page 4 of those representations actually identifies ways in which the neighbourhood plan group might want to consider to avoid repetition and to remove that sort of repetition. So we were attempting through the process to help them with that. But as I say, I appreciate the difficulty the neighbourhood plan group have had with the volume of information that's out there.
Thank you very much. That's clear. And the representatives of Hunsdon House. At page 18, you turn to this concern. I think you don't share the concerns. Well, you tell me what, in a sentence, please, what your position is on conciseness, repetition, and the like that we're debating.
Well, it's difficult in a sentence, but I think that ultimately, well, we don't share your concern that the plan is not concise in the context in which the plan is produced. So there's a lot of it's an enormous development area. There's a significant number of dwellings and therefore inevitably a significant number of requirements necessary. The developers and everyone in the virtual room seem keen to continue with this neighbourhood plan, and we share that view. I think ultimately the key point is that we are keen to see the neighbourhood plan continue to be made in order to ensure that basic condition D, the delivering sustainable development, is met. And it may be that there are a number of alterations that can be made to avoid the repetition. And if that's necessary, we've mentioned already that we also are willing to help resource that process. So to improve it if necessary, but ultimately we believe that it can go forward and it should go forward. But equally, if there are changes to be made, then we're happy to help with that process to ensure that that's expedited.
Can I just chip in a little bit on the end of that, if I may? If you still maintain your concern that it's not concise, I think you said that it would constitute a rewrite rather than a modification to resolve your concerns. I'm just wondering whether it's more a matter of presentation than rewriting. That if you take, for example, the nature of the document like the MPPF, and it's supported by the planning practice guidance notes, and I'm just wondering if you were to front end all the policies, and then like the PPG, you can slot everything to the back of it to actually make the policies much more accessible, but to give that further explanation to the reasoning behind the policies in the same way that the planning practice guidance notes does for the MPPF. And I'm wondering that's just moving stuff around rather than changing the intent of the neighbourhood plan. And my thoughts are that that's not a rewrite in the sense that you suggest it might be. It's more of a modification because you're just changing the presentation. And from the point of view of heritage, that we know that, and there's no dispute about the number of historic buildings and historic landscapes within the area and immediately outside it. And if we're to give great weight and importance to their preservation and enhancement as a duty, then anything we can do to make the neighbourhood plan contribute to that process and allow informed decision making, then as a Hunsdon group, now obviously as Stuart Miles has said, we're very happy to facilitate that process as best we can.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Does anybody need to say anything more about my second concern before we move to other matters? No. My third concern is infrastructure and the timing of infrastructure. Of course, I understand and accept that the neighbourhood plan itself is not proposing housing growth. I acknowledge the existence in the district plan of policy DE1 on delivery and its incorporation of the infrastructure delivery plan. And I've noted, I haven't read in any detail, the provisions in the IDP relating to the Gilston area. And so turning to Urban Silence's letter, representation, paragraph 6(5), which refers to the matters I've just referred to, and concludes that there are therefore clear reasons why the neighbourhood plan does not seek to identify and prioritise infrastructure requirements. And having reflected on the representations I've received and consider this more carefully, I do not, as I said earlier, I do not continue with my third concern. And so that is enough on my examination note 2. That is enough on item 3 of the agenda. And we can move on to perhaps more straightforward matters, less contentious matters, to some queries I had, of which the first is the differences between figure 11 of the district plan, figure 11.2, and figure 1 of the neighbourhood plan. I didn't understand why there are differences. They're not massive, but they are certainly there. Who's best to help me on that?
Sorry, I'm responsible for the preparation of that plan. So I'm not sure why are you saying there are differences. There are differences in the sense that the plan has the boundary of the neighborhood plan area and includes the village, the Hunsdon village development boundaries. So there are 2 additional policies. But Kevin, do you have an explanation there?
If I may, sir, come in here. I did have a bit of a look at the detail when I saw your agenda note. I had a look at the detail yesterday, and to my mind, I think it's simply a case of part of the local plan allocation falls into another parish, High Wyche, which is outside of the remit of the neighbourhood plan group's area. So I think it's simply the case of the parish council boundaries are not coterminous with the allocation in the local plan. So that's my understanding. If that assists, I hope.
That was the purpose. That was the purpose of producing the plan, to show the neighborhood plan covers 90% of the allocation, but not the full allocation, because part of it is outside, is in the parish of High White. And that was the purpose why the figure has been put in. The boundaries themselves of the allocation have been provided by the GIS department of the council, so they should be identical to the ones that are used in the policies.
So, so effectively, have I understood this right? This is a parish boundary point.
It's the,
right?
the boundary, sorry, just is that it indicates the overlapping of the neighborhood plan, that is the blue line, with the allocation that are similar but not identical.
Forgive me, what plan are you looking at there? Have I got that?
Figure 2.
Figure 2.
Figure 2 of the neighborhood plan.
Yes, I've got that. I was looking at figure 1, and I've got figure 2. I think figure 2 I haven't looked at carefully enough. Thank you very much. So that effectively explains these differences, doesn't it?
That's the purpose of the map, to show that the allocation is similar but does not coincide with the neighborhood plan. The neighborhood plan boundary is the parish boundaries for Eastwick and Gilston in full, and part of Hunsdon.
Can I interject? Because yes, that is basically it. And looking at figure 2, sir, in the north there's an area outside our blue line, which is in a parish called Whitford. And looking, in fact, to the red part that's not within our blue line, that's in another parish called High White. And conversely, down in the bottom right corner, the southeast, there's an area which is in the neighbourhood plan area that's not in the GA1 area, because it's in the parish of Eastwick and Gilston, and it's basically parish boundaries. That's
basically parish boundaries. Yes, thank you. I probably should have got to that solution by myself. So thank you very much. We can move on quickly. Little b is local green space. Now again, I may have missed this. The first point is, do I find, and if so, where, the area of each proposed local green space?
By area, you mean the size?
Yes.
Okay, so the size, it's not reported into the neighborhood plan. I can provide it to you if I can share my screen, which I don't think I can, no. I would be able to share it to you, but otherwise it can be found on the digital map. By clicking on each area on the digital map, there is the area there. But okay, I fully mistake. You know, I can forward this to you at the end of the day with the new. And if I can share my screen.
There's a schedule, isn't there? I forget where it is.
Yeah, there is a schedule, and there is a table. This table 1.
There's AG5 on page 80. There are A to N. They're shown on figure 18. I'm not going to trust myself with any digital skills. If you can simply send George, and he'll forward it to me, please, an A to N schedule just with the hectares of each.
Yes, yes. I can do it during the lunch break.
But no hurry. There's no hurry. I'm not going to be attending to this afternoon. I can
okay, but it's ready.
Thank you very much. And then little 2. The framework tells us that policies for development in the local green space should be consistent with those for green belts. And my note says there appear to be no such policies in the plan, including in AG3. So again, can you help me on that? I say AG3 because if we look at page 80, AG5, second sentence says that these sites are subject to the provisions of policy AG3. So I go to AG3, which deals with a whole mass of other points and doesn't contain, as it were, an equivalent green belt type policy. So
could I
have I missed something again, please?
No, so I think it was an inference in the policy rather than actually stated. What we would propose is that we could clarify that by making a reference to the fact that to ensure compliance with the MPPF, that development will not be permitted in local green spaces unless exceptional circumstances are fully evidenced and justified. So we feel an addition of that wording into policy A5 at A51 would actually provide that clarity, but it was an inference which rather than made explicit in the wording.
Well, perhaps you could. I mean, you appreciate that this is why the MENDIP plan, neighbourhood plan, subject to the Court of Appeal case that I referred to, fell because the examiner hadn't. Well, both the group and the examiner had failed to grapple with this point, so it's important. And so if you could send to George, just as I'm going to get schedule of areas, could you send the text you just referred to, please?
We'll send those two together to George.
That would be sensible. Thank you very much.
So, do you mind if I make a quick query about that particular point?
Yes, go ahead.
Just very briefly, in doing that, could we just be mindful of district plan policy CFLR1 and the allocations that are already made for open space in the district plan and its associated terms of that policy? Because there appears to be potentially some overlap between an allocation that's made in the district plan to those also coming forward now in the neighbourhood plan.
Could you just remind me, CFLR2 is referred to in...
So yes, CFLR1.
Just remind me of the page, please, Mr. Murphy, in the district plan.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir, I haven't got that to hand. Give me 2 seconds.
252 is the CFLR1. So
page 252.
Thank you, George.
Give me a moment, please. Okay, you'll have to, and then there's local green space.
So the point is essentially that this particular policy links through to the proposals map, which identifies a selection of open spaces across the district. Some of those open spaces that are identified they overlap with sites identified as local green space through the proposed neighbourhood plan. And the point I'm trying to make is that when Urban Silence take away to look at the policy elements of setting a policy for the local green space through the local plan, need to be mindful of the tension that may or may not create with existing policies that exist today in the primacy development plan document.
So this would be, would it, CFLR1 paragraph Romans 6?
Exactly, sir. Yeah, exactly.
I'm just making a note.
I'm sorry, but I have here the proposal map of the district plan, and they are not identified there.
Martina, hi. I was using the online version. I think it was yesterday evening, and it identified in blue some what appeared to be known as open spaces linked to that particular policy. I haven't got the hard copy plan that you got in front of you, unfortunately, to verify that.
Well, yeah, this is the paper copy of the plan allocation, and there is no identification of any local green spaces.
Yeah, there's one that's down by Turlings Park that's shown on the proposals map online.
Okay. So we will have to identify specifically that that is already allocated.
It's just to identify that we don't want to create a tension between the two entities.
Yeah. We will correct this and make sure.
Am I right in recalling that I thought there was somewhere, I may have got this wrong, that there was somewhere in the neighbourhood plan, or perhaps it's in one of the other documents, which shows, I think in a schedule, the constraints, the other constraints, such as playing field, for example, that these proposed LGSs are subject to. Have I misremembered that, please, Ms. Javara?
There is a plan. There is a plan that identifies the landscape designations for the area.
Yeah, but I thought there was a schedule, and I know I've seen it somewhere, but I can't now remember where it is. Which, as I say, sets out the other constraints to which these LGSs are already subject.
In the table within the policy AG5, there is a column that identifies where there is another designation, another landscape.
Give me a page reference, please.
I'll give it to you in a second. It's in page 76. And the map with the constraints, with the landscape constraints, is page 34.
I think it is your table 1 on page 76 that I had in mind. So thank you. That's helpful.
Thank you.
My next query, I don't need to pursue. That's the present position in relation to the stalked crossings. I mean, since I've taken out my third concern about essentially road infrastructure and timing, I don't think I need to know about that. And the last query is to the council relating to Del 4. Has the council drawn up an action plan?
The simple answer to that is no, not yet. We're probably planning on doing one this year in the iteration of the AMRs, the Authority Monitoring Report, but there isn't one available previously.
Okay, thank you very much. Right. Well then, the last substantive item, but not a short one. Policy by policy, please. and this could be, it won't be, it could be a very long session of trying to deal with each policy and wording and otherwise. So I'm going to have to, with your help, focus on key points. So I'm starting with AG1 on page 54. And paragraph 1, major development will be supported where 4 criteria are met. And there's just I shouldn't really do this, but there is a small point that I would like your help with. In little 2, development proposals have positively considered the existing settlements of Gilston, Eastwick and Hunsdon in respect of their character, heritage, environment and landscape setting. So the there means not the proposed villages, it means the existing settlements. I assume that's right. You're on mute, Ms.
Okay.
Jones.
Yes, that's correct, sir.
Yeah, thank you. And where possible have sought to enhance their access to services and facilities. Now, I am conscious of a point taken on a number of these policies, essentially by the landowners, that there is a distinction between mitigating harm from the proposals and providing betterment, essentially, to existing villages which are not part of the proposals as such. And I think in principle, I think we'd all accept that that's a respectable point. So just what do you have in mind where possible have sought to enhance their access, that's to say the villages, existing villages, access to services and facilities? What do you mean?
It's really the physical access, the access through footpaths, sustainable transport modes to facilities in the local centres. I think an important point to bear in mind is going back to the to GA1, which really sets out the Garden City principles on which the development in Gilston is to be based, which talks about access to a range of facilities for the community being the wider community of the area as well.
So have I got this right? That you referred to a local centre or local centres. So am I understanding that there will be local centres in the proposed villages? Yes. And the concern is that the existing villages should have ready, safe and sustainable access to those.
Yes, there's connections, and the connections, this comes into policies relating to the green infrastructure network and the network of footpaths and routes. Clearly issues such as public transport as well, that there is a connection with the existing communities. So it's really to ensure that they have been considered as part of the wider development.
Okay, thank you. Got it. Little 3. Proposals of landscape-led sought to achieve a balanced approach between village development and preservation of the countryside setting. Now, there is a point here that Hertfordshire County Council, in their representation 002, make as well as anybody, that one's got to be realistic about this. One's introducing up to 10,000 dwellings into broadly speaking, unbroken and I haven't seen it yet, but presumably broadly attractive countryside. And there was a question of realism here. Would you like to comment on that?
I will take this one. The community is obviously aware that everything around them will change, but what they're concerned is that the landscape put in place as the setting of the comprehensive development of the garden town around the Gilston area is of a countryside character, and therefore participates or reflects the character of the countryside as it is, so that these remain villages rather than being urban neighborhoods.
I don't think that's what this says. I mean, I understand the point that the proposed landscaping should be of a character that's consistent with the existing character, but I don't think this is what this is saying. I mean, help me. I mean, just help me, because as to whether this present phrasing is frankly, realistic in the real world.
It's a balance, isn't it?
Well, the key word here is balance. That is, the balance needs to be found, and the landscape setting should be a key driver in the design of the villages and in the master plan of the villages.
So, I mean, it may be helpful, sorry, Anthony Bicknell, sir, it may be helpful. The earliest iteration of the concept framework, which we didn't participate in, showed a form of development which you might say was contrary to what you described earlier on this morning. It showed urban extensions which have been essentially put into an open countryside. We agreed with the developers in a sort of collaborative approach, which we're trying to bring in here, that wasn't unhelpful in terms of creating villages, because you were getting dense 2-3 story housing just suddenly finishing because that was the end of the sort of village. So this is why we talk about soft edges, because that's what villages have. So we're trying to get to what is the form of development. I think it's fair to say, but Quad and Savills will comment if they disagree, but I mean, we've tried to get to a place where we build consensus about what the image and contents of this development is. So the countryside setting is to emphasize that it should be, as you transfer from a village to another village, not a part of a more dense urban city. And that's what I think we're trying to aim at there.
I think if I, as it were, get this far in the process, there would seem to be, I think, perhaps an agreed need for just a tweaking of the phrasing, so that you've made the point well made about not only distinctive vision but transition, and it's the transition point you really have in mind, I think, not the abrupt urban edge.
Not abrupt urban edges, and this is why it's described as soft edges throughout the neighborhood plan, but also the countryside setting, not the countryside in the terms of just being hidden and lost in the countryside. And that's also why we have illustrated it into the Appendix 4, in which we have the setting of the current villages are, you see the roofs in between the trees, and there is a particular relationship between the built area and the countryside that we would like to have replicated into the new villages.
And it's landscape-led.
But I think so. There's a point that some of the buffers are relatively small between the villages, but therefore that they shouldn't be permeated with clutter, which makes them urban extensions carrying on village to village. So you get the separation of the villages, a point which I thought you made, if I may say so, well earlier on this morning.
Thank you. I've got the point. Thank you very much.
You.
Mr. Wordage.
Sorry, I have to unmute myself. I've just discovered an electronic hand in the menu on the right-hand side. I don't know if it makes it easier or less easy for people to be seen. So I'm just wondering whether there's two components to that particular subclause. One is the landscape-led, and the other one is the one that you've been discussing, about how do you mediate between the built form and the rural setting. And I'm just wondering whether just to make the point that it should be informed by an understanding and development of a landscape strategy that helps to facilitate that mediation between.
That's why I say I think this is tweaking with the phrasing without detracting from the group's concerns. Yeah. Philip Murphy.
Thank you. So just a brief point, just to sort of reinforce the position from our side. We absolutely accept the need for these important green corridors that separate our new villages, and that they do provide soft edges. I think it's important context to know that in preparing the concept framework, there was a distinction drawn between open countryside in the context of describing the area to the northwest of the site, which is left open around Hunsdon Airfield, etc., and what was referred to as green corridors and green spaces in relation to the elements between the new villages. And the description, I think, is a different one in relation to how you interpret a countryside context between villages and creation of corridors versus that in the northwest zone. And I think we need to be careful, back to your point about being realistic in delivering the scale of development that GA1 asks us to deliver, it being able to deliver a countryside setting in relation to every single one of those instances.
Okay, got it. Thank you very much. I'm keen to move on, but Joanna Chambers, do you need to say something more on this?
No, I think my colleague.
No, okay, go ahead.
I was just going to make the point that I think we've defined countryside in the glossary. It's about the management of the landscape as much as about the green corridors. I think a concern from the community's point of view was that you'd end up with manicured parkland settings like the green wedges within Harlow itself, and that the actual issue is about management. It's retaining the existing landscape features and the management of those spaces, so they are a much more natural green space in the definition applied by Natural England.
And that is exactly what I was about to say, that the green wedges is a term that has been used across Harlow and denotes an urban type landscape that is for recreation and for entertainment, that is of an urban nature. Instead, that's why we didn't use the term green wedges in the neighborhood plan, and we defined it with this attribute of countryside setting and relationship between the built area and the countryside as part of this definition of villages as villages.
Thank you. Thank you. Paragraph 2, the preparation of a strategic landscape master plan for the entire Gilston area, including the existing settlements, will be necessary to define development boundaries and ensure the integrity of the landscape and green infrastructure network. A strategic landscape master plan will provide the context and inform the preparation of village master plans. Well, how's this going to work? This touches on, of course, the reference to defining development boundaries resonates, of course, with the discussion we've had this morning under my first concern. How's this going to work? I mean, again, I'm not concerned, of course, with the planning applications, but I am aware that there are planning applications. I'm told that they may be moving to determination in the first quarter of next year. I don't know when I was told that whether the changes, the revisions were then contemplated. I think they probably were in principle. So how's this going to work? Because if this plan, the neighbourhood plan, went forward, and it's not going to be made, it's not going to become a plan until early next year, being realistic. But the planning applications go trundling on. So how's this going to work? It seems to me that you can't define development boundaries with these master plans before the applications are considered.
So
who's the best recipient of that point, really? Okay, have a go.
So I'll have a go, but I'm sure I will not be the only one. The main important point here is that however this development is going to go forward, it needs to be embedded into a comprehensive landscape concept. And the landscape concept needs to take account that there are there already villages and other features, that this landscape is not devoid of features. All of those need to be tied into a single concept, so that village 7 doesn't have a different master plan approach from village 6, and village 4 doesn't have yet another concept. So that is the main objective overall, but also the developers are well aware that the strategic landscape master plan has been required because it's already in the charter SPD. And the charter SPD states very clearly that the strategic landscape master plan will need to be produced and approved before the first village master plan. I agree that potentially this request should have been done as part of GA1, but it wasn't. There was no requirement as part of GA1 to produce a strategic landscape master plan before the OPAs. So we are here in a situation in which things are overlapping, but that doesn't, in their resubmission of the outline planning application, both developers are aware that there is a need for a strategic landscape master plan, and therefore they should be taking that forward in any case. What we are very keen, and it's in contradiction with or in conflict with some of the observation made in their representation, the regulation 16 representation, is that the developers don't always agree that the landscape master plan should cover the whole area, including the existing villages, and be a comprehensive canvas in which the development takes place.
But the reality is,
we lost him.
He froze. Damn.
Christopher, we've lost you.
Lost you then for a while.
I'm sorry. Can you see my fingers waving?
See you now, but we lost entirely everything you said there.
I'm so sorry. I think my screen says that's my fault. At least my assistant's fault. Forgive me. I'll start that again. Line 3 of this says that the master plan will define development boundaries. The reality is, as indeed paragraph 369, page 144 says, the development boundaries are being established by the parameter plan submitted by the outline planning applications, and if approved, they assessed be defined. So I'm struggling to see what the point chronological quirk. I understand that. What's the point of it?
We've been trying to work with the developers who are leading this, but I think with the pressure on the planning applications, there's been sadly little progress which we've managed to make in terms of developing the strategic landscape master plan. So the aspirations, there's just other things which have got in the way, which have stopped us having that engagement which we would like, and we have signed up to doing, to helping to develop this strategic landscape master plan. It hasn't effectively started in the timescale which we had all hoped for.
Yeah, Joanna.
Yeah, so could I also draw your attention? I think it might be helpful to paragraphs 123 and 124 of the plan, which really set out in detail, and this is drawn directly from the charter, what the strategic master plan, landscape master plan will cover. And in paragraph 124, it says one of the purposes of the strategic landscape master plan is how the new villages will have sufficient landscape buffers that function successfully together as one new settlement. So it does talk about the need for the landscape master plan to address those separation distances between the villages, which clearly will have an impact with regards to the final form of the boundaries of the villages.
Which the red lines of the outline planning application is the areas that are developable, but is not necessarily the master plan with it. They are also indicated to have soft edges within, and is the boundary of the area considered for development is not necessarily the edge of the built line.
Straight line.
And therefore the landscape master plan role would be to make sure that the built line takes into account the landscape framework.
Well, you see my problem about this.
I can see that it's a difficult one.
It is a difficult one. I mean, I can see that the timing is such that there's little that this plan is going to do realistically, if it is right that the planning applications are determined in February, March, whatever it might be next year. But conversely, you would say, well, they are outlined, and there will be a whole raft of details, including reserve matters, landscape plans, and so on, that will have to come through conditions and reserve matters. And so you're saying, have I got this right? You're saying, well, there is point in criterion 2 here for that purpose.
And also there is a point in having a comprehensive landscape approach throughout the site, irrespective of what's happened within each built village. Yes. Just note, for example, I'm just the two planning applications are very different in the sense that the parameter plans for the village 7, the red line includes the landscape buffers. Instead, the red lines in the places for people application are, because of course it's a much larger application with a much larger land. The red line tends to be more closely related to the actual built edges, but the two red lines, one includes the landscape buffers, the other one doesn't potentially. Those are just the two applications. The point is having a complete landscape framework for everything with a comprehensive landscape approach, and hopefully that will refine the built boundaries inside the development areas.
Yeah.
Frank,
no, I'll leave it.
I think just adding to that, clearly there's going to be a significant amount of work that needs to be done on the landscape master plan, the strategic landscape master plan. Mr. Steptoe might be able to address this as to how that's going to be dealt with, whether it's going to be by condition or through legal agreement. But there is a lot of work to be done. And again, one of the purposes of this was to ensure that in developing that strategic landscape master plan, the community is fully engaged in that work. And that is again one of the principal purpose of the policy.
Okay, Philip Murphy.
Thank you, sir. Just to say from our point of view, we are fully behind the intent of undertaking a landscape master plan. The application material from both parties is absolutely aligned in that respect. But I do take your earlier point. This creates a genuine issue when the applications that are coming forward do define those development boundaries, do define those village edges, and this therefore creates a real tension with criteria 2 as it's drafted.
I think that's right, sir. I'd just echo that point. I think the issue is with with subclause 2 at AG1, it's this reference, isn't it, to defining the development boundaries?
Yes, that's where I'm stuck.
Exactly, and both applications are applying for a fixed developable area, which basically defines the extent of the development and then the green infrastructure around that. So it will be difficult to row back, you know, in redefining that on the basis that those outline planning applications get approved in some shape or form. And certainly, you know, as Philip mentioned, we are absolutely committed to bringing forward the strategic landscape master plan for another layer of approval, which will have the appropriate level of engagement.
Okay, one last point, Mr. Whirlidge is.
Thank you, sir. It's a separate point really, and it's just and it's a constant comment we make through some of the policies is where it's referencing the Gilston area, including existing settlements. We'd like it to also include other groups of buildings, for example, Hunsdon House and St Dunstan's Church, which are a significant group in that landscape that would be affected and would inform any landscape master plan.
Got that. Okay, thank you. We're only partway through this policy, but it is 1 o'clock. I'm conscious that I'll have to find a way, I think, of speeding this up if we can, because I don't think anybody wants to take all day. I'm here for the day, but we may have to speed up at certain points. So if I do speed up, it's in, as it were, I hope, the common interest. I hope that's understood. It's now 1 o'clock. Should we say, how long do people want? I'm happy to come back at 1:40, say. Does that give everybody enough time to have a sandwich and a stretch leg? Okay,
yes,
thank you very much. We'll follow the same procedure as last time with the health warning from George, and we will mute and go off camera. Certainly I will, and I'll see you at 1:40. Good afternoon all. Are we ready to go? Thank you. Still on policy, policy AG1. Before I move to the latter part of the policy, I just want to ask, over the page, from page 54 to 55, there is figure 12. Strategic plan of designations and protected areas. That doesn't appear to be referred to in policy AG1. And I'm not sure where it's referred to, if anywhere, in a policy.
You're correct. And also, we were now thinking and wanted to discuss with you whether it would be a good way forward to include into this map and refer it therefore into the policy the blobby, if you want, blobby boundaries for the location of the existing of the villages, of the 7 villages, to respond to your concern that the villages are not identified in the neighborhood plan. So taking from the concept framework approximative indicative boundaries, no doubt they will be already modified through the outline planning applications. We're not aware of those. So they will not be precise boundaries, but indicative boundaries, so that they, as a way to illustrate the sustainable comprehensive development concept that is the core of the policy AG1. And add a cross-reference in 3.2 where we say create 7 separate and distinctive new villages, then we can cross-reference to the figure.
Where at the moment there is no text that said that would sit with that. Is there?
Well, in 3.2, where we say create 7 separate and distinctive new villages, we can say broadly identified in figure 12.
Yeah. So I think what you're saying is that if this were possible and appropriate, it wouldn't need separate text because it's self-evident, as it were.
That's correct.
Right. Would anybody have a concern about that?
Sir, if I could just intercept on this, you probably have seen from our detailed representations submitted on the submission version that we have made comments about figure 12. In particular, the identification of the sensitive historic settings and the evidence behind that. We couldn't see any evidence that was supporting that, and it is different to the sensitive development areas that have been identified with Historic England, which support the planning applications.
Forgive me, I was going to come to that, but that's page 13 of your schedule, isn't it?
That's correct. Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to come to that. It's a separate point, I think, to the one that's just been raised.
Tell them which plan you used.
And I'd just like
one, not a new one.
I'd just like to know if anybody present would have any concerns about what's just been suggested. I'm thinking as rapidly as I can as to whether I would have concerns about it. Mr. Murphy, yes.
Thank you, sir. I mean, on the face of it, we'd need to have a look at the drafting and understand the wording and the way that the plan was configured. I think, as we've said before, the application that we've seek to bring forward has been on the basis of the broad indications that are set out in the concept framework. So the extent to which that is reflected through into the neighbourhood plan with appropriate referencing on the face of it may be something that we would be comfortable with, but obviously the devil's in the detail, and we'd need to look at it.
Yes, well, I think you've got the detail, although not any time to think about it the way it's arisen. It would be, as Mr. Javaris is saying, simply as shown indicatively.
Sorry, sir, I meant in relation to the way it was depicted in the plan.
Right.
Because it's not currently shown on that plan.
It's not currently shown on the plan, and I don't know whether what's being suggested is a lift from page 79 of the concept framework, or what it is.
Yeah.
Exactly, is to lift from the concept framework, lift the same boundaries. So and maybe making them, well, like you have done in the concept framework, they are sort of rounded, they are not topographically accurate. So using a similar notation for the boundaries only, not the position of the village centers, etc.
I mean, this is quite a significant suggestion. Yes, Kevin Steptoe, please.
Thank you, sir. I likewise, or just sort of thinking through the ramifications of that as you are yourself. But I think on the face of it, I can't foresee the council would have any concerns in relation to that. As Martina's saying, a lift from the concept framework and transfer over, obviously subject to getting it as accurately as they possibly can in relation to the framework. But that I can't see that we would have any concern in relation to that, sir.
Yes, so I'm just looking at Plan 79 now and the way that things relate to the scheme that's currently evolving, which, as I said to you earlier on, is broadly consistent. There are areas that aren't, but it is quite a substantial change to the plan, and would need to be carefully considered before we could, I think, fully comment on it.
Well, that is obviously exactly the concern why we didn't put them in the first place, but it would provide that link. Having them from the concept framework would provide that link of consistency.
Ms. Barnett, I imagine, I haven't forgotten your other point, but just on this point, I rather suspect you might share Philip Murphy's point. That's to say, which seems to be, if I can put words in his mouth, worth thinking about, but you would have to be carefully considered. Or you express it yourself, please. You're on mute.
Sorry, so yes, I concur with those views.
I can see the difficulties from Anthony Bickmore speaking. I think the difficulty being that as the outline planning applications develop, so the nature of the settlements have changed and the proposals are changing. We don't know what's in the latest revisions because we haven't had a chance to open them yet. But so there's change which is happening there, which is why we didn't include it in the first place, because it's moving around too much. And the landscape strategy hasn't been prepared, so That's another difficulty we face. We hoped to start that a year ago, but that hasn't happened for whatever reasons, which we needn't go into. But so that hasn't been progressed, and we're therefore not able to use that data, which is why we've got the statements we have.
And I imagine, looking at Ms. Javara and the group, what is just tumbled out, as it were, would be indicative village boundaries only, but no content, and therefore no replication of page 137 of the concept framework or anything like it. That's to say, with a residential quantum. You're on mute, Ms. Javara, I think.
I was also flicking through here the wording of this starts to become very difficult in terms of the relationship with the outline planning applications, because here they're worded as circa a certain amount, while inside in the planning applications they're worded as broad, very wide ranges. And so what we could either replicate this or not put anything at all about the size of the distribution of the villages, of the units per village. Also considering that the size of the employment area, the location of the employment area, etc., are all not defined. So I think it will be hard for us to take a strong view on this without drawing directly from the planning applications, and therefore we will be in the same situation in which we can create conflicts.
Well, my concern is obviously not the planning applications. I'm trying to get away from this being planning application led, as you know. But can I just be clear so I can think about it? Are you suggesting that page 137 of the concept framework would be part of your suggestion or not? That's to say, an approximate number of dwellings per village.
I think we could replicate what it is in the concept framework, if that is considered helpful.
Yeah.
Developers won't like that.
Has to be justified.
Well, I don't know, but I expect the landowners may have something to say about that.
So just to jump in at that point, I think there's probably more flexibility in relation to places for people's side than there is for Briggins. But we've obviously got 8,500 homes to plan across our 6 villages. And the village master planning exercise clearly is going to determine with more precision the scale and quantum within each. Having said that, I think if it's worded in a manner that is not prescriptive to the specificity of that particular figure, then we may be able to find a form of wording that alludes to an approximation number within each village. As alluded to by one of the neighbour group earlier on, the application that once it's submitted has submitted. I know we don't want to get into the detail of that, but it does give a range, a small range within each village, and that's intended to allow for that master planning exercise to take place and not stymie it later on down the line. So to answer your question, I think that there is capability of finding a form of words as long as it's not too definitive.
Well, what's wrong with circa or approx? It's not up to, which plainly would be inappropriate as setting a ceiling.
I think approximate number, yeah, would be able to work with, yeah. As long as that number is the right number, of course.
Well, would be the same as the concept framework.
And again, Ms. Barnett, do you agree with Philip Murphy on that?
I do, sir. I don't see a problem with circa as a reference.
Yeah.
It provides that level of flexibility, reflective of what we're applying for at the V7 location. So we don't see a particular problem with that. I mean, there is this issue, isn't there, about the duplication of a plan from the concept framework.
Well, this would be not, as it were, duplicating. This would be introducing into Figure 12 the content that we just discussed.
But there's a duplication of information on that plan. But perhaps it helps the interpretation of AG1. So,
sorry, I'm not following that point. I mean, if this is freestanding, and is otherwise appropriate, I can't see any duplication or confusion.
As I understand it, sir, the illustrative plan on page 137 of the concept framework is the plan that we're referring to in terms of the residential capacities, and that's looking to be transferred onto Figure 12 of the neighbourhood plan.
Yes, I mean there would be what's being suggested. There will be outlines. Sorry, can we just kill that phone? There would be indicative outlines of the villages, effectively as per page 79, and within the each boundary there wouldn't be any local centre or anything like that. There would be approximately X dwellings.
We don't have a problem with identifying circa residential capacity for V7 on that plan.
And I have to, yes, all right. Well, I will consider that, and I will also consider whether if I get this far and if I pick this idea up, I might want, whether it's at my behest or the council's behest, to somehow initiate a very, very focused consultation, because this is a difference. This is a new point. Mr. Whirlidge.
Thank you, sir. Just a very, very quick comment. Sorry, get rid of my phone. My apologies. It's just a very quick point. Is that if you're going to include a number in that element of the policy, just bear in mind it doesn't then create a tension with subparagraph 8, which is about protecting and enhancing settings of heritage assets, that in trying to deliver even a circa number, if that puts into conflict with delivering item 8 of that plan. I mean,
that point is the classic point. You read the development plan as a whole, and you reach an overall judgment. So I don't see a problem there. Okay, well, I will take that away and think about it. I haven't forgotten, Ms. Barnett, your point on page 13 of your reps, which is effectively, isn't it, where has the sensitive heritage setting come from?
That's right, sir. We just really wanted to understand where the extent of it originates from and the evidence behind it. As most of us will know, around this virtual table, the current V7 application has identified sensitive development areas which respond to setting impact of heritage receptors outside the red line boundary, but which we have responded to in terms of those SDA designations, and they are not exactly the same as the sensitive historic setting designation on figure 12. So it's really just to understand really the thinking behind that from the group's perspective.
Is there, I mean, figure 12, whatever it may ultimately contain, if I get this far, is an indicative plan. These are sort of rather blobby vertical lines, which are not, you know, they're not field boundaries or anything like that. So where's the problem?
Well, I think, sir, that any forthcoming planning application, in particular a detailed planning application following the outline, will need to respect the sensitive historic setting designation on this plan. And it's understanding what evidence or thinking there is behind that, if it is going to be a key determinant within within the statutory development plan, which will be the backdrop for that detailed application.
Okay. I mean, do I not find the source of these this designation, sensitive historic setting? Is that elaborated on in the plan? I mean, your point is it isn't.
That's right.
So where does it come from?
Where's it come from? Anybody?
Setting of heritage asset is in the glossary at page 197, and I'll read it out. That is, the surroundings in which a heritage asset is experienced. Its extent is not fixed and may change as the asset is surrounded.
Forgive me interrupting, I understand that, but the I mean, Miss Barnett's point is, where is the justification for the delineation on figure 12, I think?
Okay, it comes from two aspects, so two sets of consideration. The first set of consideration is that those fields, or one is strictly related to the heritage. There are two grade 1 listed buildings and a new designated the fish pond area that surround on the three sides those two fields that are very sensitive, clearly, or very, significant historic assets. And those two fields themselves were part of the boundaries of the Gilston House property. So they're part of their historic setting. So this is one side of why they have been identified. But the other side is that the concept framework identified equivalent historic settings for the Church of St. Mary's, which is a grade 1 listed, and for Gilston Park House, which is a grade 2 star listed. So we felt that not identifying the settings of the presence and the impact of having just outside the boundaries, having such strong historic heritage just outside the boundary would have been a mistake, would have made easily overlooking the fact that just outside the boundaries there were these very significant historic assets.
I think Ms. Barnett's point is simply, and that's not pejorative, is simply, well, where is there a report, a written justification for the extent of these vertical lines? Ms. Barnett, have I got that right?
That's correct.
Yeah. Well, okay, we must move on.
The heritage
anybody identify there is some? If not, I'm just going to note that there isn't.
But, sorry, sir. You've missed Mr. Whirlidge, who wants to make a point.
No, I know. Yep, Mr. Whirlidge.
Thank you, sir. Just a quick point. I mean, it looks like on the plan the areas have been defined by interdivisibility, which as we know is not necessarily the extent of setting of a listed building. And from the Hunsdon House point of view and St Dunstan's Church, I think it underestimates potentially what the setting of that house is, and it may be give more clarity if you actually didn't try and identify setting on a map. It's not following good methodology according to Historic England, and it might be better to put to rely on subparagraph 8 in order to follow through the assessment of impact on setting. It's potentially quite dangerous to try and identify it on a map, and it may be better to actually interrogate setting in a different way. And as Savills has commented, there is a methodology set out in the MPPF and in Historic England's guidance that may better serve the purpose for which that element of the policy is trying to deal with, and that figure.
Okay, so your point is for good Historic England grounds.
Yeah.
Your point is it may be better not to define them on a map because they're so as it were flexible and so responsive to the individual asset one is dealing with.
It depends on so much more than simply the physical presence or proximity of things. And I think the other point is that there are views that have been identified that are from the house at Hunsdon, although the policy relates to settings as well. So when you're looking at views, you need to think about the dynamic views as you move through an area, whether it's through the design garden to Hunsdon House or across Hunsdon Airfield or any other registered park. It's quite dangerous again to identify specific views unless you simply say they are representational of a viewing experience.
Okay, got the point. We'll have to move on, otherwise we're not going to complete our task. Question of clarification, please. Paragraph 3, little 3, make provision for the phased delivery of necessary social and physical infrastructure, and so on. Does that include highway infrastructure?
Yeah, yes, sir. It would include all social and physical infrastructure, transport.
Thank you.
Yes, speak louder.
Okay, little 8, I'm going to defer to the heritage policy later on, not losing sight of it by any means. Little 9, yes, little 9, doesn't this fall foul of the betterment point?
This has come as a result of consultation with the stakeholders and with the landowners. That form of wording was one that we discussed and was discussed with the landowners during the consultation on the plan. I think it's whilst fully recognising the issue of the SIL regulations, that there is clearly a need to look at the public benefits and to mitigating the impacts of development. And what we have been advised in those discussions is where opportunities may be presented, they will be considered. And that is really why that is being put in there. It's not saying that there's an absolute mandatory requirement for it, it's to look at the potential for it.
Okay.
So just
so you would emphasise effectively explore and potential as opposed to any requirement.
Exactly, it's not a mandatory requirement.
Okay, got the point. Thank you. And then 10. Well, I don't know whether 10 is really adds anything. I mean, it's an absolutely vital point, and nobody's going to fail to engage the local community. But I'll have a think about that. Okay, I'm going to move, unless there's a scream of protest, to AG2, please. Yes. I mean, here is an example, isn't it, of we've got AG1(3)(5), protect and enhance existing rural landscape assets, including those of ecological, wildlife and landscape value. And we have more of the same, really, in 1(1) of AG2, don't we?
I think the purpose of the AG1 policy is as the overarching policy, which is promoting all aspects of sustainable development. So it's bringing all the elements together. We had hoped by relevant cross-referencing that we had addressed those potential duplications, because it is very much interconnected. And the purpose of the other AG policies is to go into a little bit more detail. If we'd had to put it all into AG1, we'd have ended up with a policy the length of GA1, which we obviously wanted to avoid. And we felt this was a clearer way of dealing with it.
Okay, I understand the point. Is the second word in the policy the correct word? The design. Surely it's more than design, isn't it?
It's the delivery. I suppose it's the delivery of new development.
Or just simply new development.
The implementation. Yes.
Or just new development. I mean, it's more
Yes,
than
new
design.
development should.
Yes.
Yeah, let's sort of leave it.
Yeah, just leave it.
Got it.
Got that.
Yeah.
Let's solve that. Yes, little 2, paragraph 1, little 2. Savills take a point on this. Excellent levels of net biodiversity gain. I think excellent levels is far too vague. I mean, shouldn't it be more like, I forget precisely what Savills say, whether they offer an alternative, but shouldn't it say biodiversity net gain in accordance with current standards or something, because we're moving into the Environment Bill and we're going to get much more both statute and advice about how we go about quantifying net gain. There surely couldn't be any objection to bringing more specificity and
I think it's correct. Thank you. Yes. Yeah.
I'm just making a note. Little 3. Savills had a point on this, which I've made a note of, but I can't remember where you made it, Miss Barnett.
That the woodland management plans should be included in the strategic landscape master plan.
That's right.
Sorry, I've not followed that point. Just help me again. Where does Savills?
So we made reference to potential deletion of woodland management plans because we believe that level of detail will be incorporated within the strategic landscape master plan.
I think that our thought was that it would be a matter that would be covered through the planning application process, through the use of.
So there's agreement that this rather detailed reference in this criterion is not appropriate. Is that right? It should be left to other methods. Is that right?
No, our thought was it was appropriate to include it in the policies because it would be a consideration in the determination of planning applications.
But it's not. It's if it is included in the strategic landscape master plan that comes before the village master plans, then it's determined that way. You cannot determine it at the outline planning application. Yeah. So that is the next one. So it's fine to be included in the strategic landscape master plan.
So I think you're agreeing. I think you're agreeing with Savil's
yes
alteration. Yeah, well, if I make my paragraph 2, if I make my points about repetition again, you'll say, well, AG1 is an overarching sustainability policy, and here we're doing more detail, but I'll have to think about that. Yeah, okay. And then little 6, areas of open space retaining important local views over the open countryside and from the River Stork, figure 14. And one would expect, one might expect, having read that, to see in figure 14 let me just try and find figure 14. I've lost it.
It's page 62, their pictures.
That it is, it's photographs. One might expect to see a plan.
Yeah, they should be referenced.
Yeah, okay. Well, that's what's intended. So this is illustrative of the sort of important views you wish to protect. Okay. I'm going to move to AG3 unless if everybody's happy.
Sorry, just to jump in. I mean, there's other comments which we've raised on some of these policies, which are in our representation. Did you want us to identify everything as we go through, or are you going to look at those things independently, just for the interest of speed?
I'll have to look at them independently. I mean, I'm raising points that I either don't understand or need help with.
No, that's what I assumed.
Your representations, or indeed, well, and those of other participants, we be here for a week.
Good. I will refrain from referring to them.
Yeah, thank you. AG3.
This is the sports pitches.
Yes. Okay. There is a point. Yes, it's a minor point. It's in paragraph 2, little 4, providing small-scale ancillary facilities, sensitive design which do not encroach on sensitive open views. See figure 13. Figure 13.
21.
That's green infrastructure network.
It's figure 21.
Sorry, I've now lost my place in AG.
It refers to the figure 21, which is on page 84.
Exactly. It shouldn't be figure 13, should it? I don't think.
It doesn't say 13.
I'm sorry?
The text says 21.
Oh, well, my text says figure 13 and fig 21.
As does mine.
Yeah, same.
And so what I think by common consent, we are deleting figure 13 from that, aren't we?
Yes.
Okay.
Make a difference. Can I just say, sir, that I mean, I'm reading the printed version and it doesn't mention figure 13. Not that that's a point I want to make, but just a bit concerned that there might be two versions of this kicking about.
Well, I don't know where I forget where I got. I'm looking at submission draft June 2020. I have got two copies because I was sent an additional hard copy. Let me just, while we're on this point, because this point doesn't matter, but there might be points, Mr. O'Shea, where it'd be more important. Give me one moment.
You will on this one, huh?
Yeah.
This is I
printed out from the issued version, which how come they put, maybe they put on their website the wrong one.
It's very bizarre. I mean, I have two seemingly completely identical versions. The version I've worked off has figure 13 here. This more glossy version, identical looking, is the one that Mr. O'Shea has obviously got, and it doesn't have figure 13 on page 66.
And is the
Can I just come in? So the glossy version, was that sent independently?
I see.
I tell you what happened. George, you sent me whether electronically, and I had printed the version that I've spent weeks and weeks working on. I think Mr. O'Shea or somebody from the group kindly sent to my chambers what we'll call the glossy version.
Yes, that's the version I said that, and that's the version we're all working from. We are.
I think
which should we be working from, please?
The one that you and I have in our hands. Yeah.
Obviously, I would have just forwarded on the one that was submitted to the council whenever it was submitted. So it may be just the case that there's a few minor changes on the one that's the glossy version. I'd certainly hope so, because we've been talking about it enough that if there was any other, I think we'd have found them. But obviously, but potentially I've just forwarded on the digital one that I've received from you guys, and then since then there's been a minor change. But
well, I'm going to continue because I've marked and tabbed and all sorts of things the electronic version. I'm going to continue to work off that. If there are points that perhaps I could just leave it this way. If anybody's got the time after this meeting to do a scan or whatever of the two documents, and if there's something of substantive importance that differs,
I will do that. I will double check.
I'm not going to do it myself.
I offer to do it. I'll check. I'll download the one from the council website and check it against our version and see what the differences are and let you know.
Thank you.
By the end of the week, not today.
Yeah. But I think I would agree with what George has said. If there were any final tweaks, they would be final, in principle, very minor.
But I don't understand because we supplied the version to the neighborhood plan group and printed it.
Okay.
I don't know.
Thank you very much. I'm going to move on.
Well, so just a quick point. It's just that figure 21 and figure 12 are very similar. And I don't know whether you want to think about amalgamating those two because they show very similar information. They both show views and setting.
It's not
the same. That doesn't mean.
Figure 21's on page 84.
I've got it, but it's I mean to put the material on page 84, figure 21, to merge it with figure 12 is going to be a bit of a dog's breakfast, isn't it? It's going to make a very complicated plan. I would have thought.
the plan of figure 2 is intended to be the plan of the main designations and the main the context of the development. The plan on figure 21 is the views, and it has the list of the views, and then it has other information. It's not.
We're talking about figure. We're talking about figure 12, not figure 2. Figure 12 and 21.
Figure 12. Sorry, figure 12.
Wordage is made that.
Yeah. Figure 12. Sorry.
Merging them both, and I'm saying I think. I mean, sensible idea in principle, but I think it would lead to too much confusion myself.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm going to AG4, please. On page 72. I hope we're all on page 72 in both versions.
Yes.
And let me just see if I've got. Yes, I've got my own notes here on repetition, which I won't repeat, and we'll just have to work through.
Excuse me, sir, do you mean repetition in relation to the point you made earlier on about definitions of boundaries, which you see repeated in one little I?
I didn't mean that as such. I meant my more general point about these policies repeating material from one to the other, which I don't think I need to articulate again. I'll just have to listen to what's being said and come to review. But Mr. Murphy, I don't want to miss the point you're making. Can you?
Sorry, it relates back to the point you made earlier when I think it was an AG1 where we talked and paused about the definition of boundaries and how that was possible or not through the landscape master planning exercise. And the similar points arise in this policy, and we'll need to make sure we apply a consistent approach in how it's referenced.
I'm just looking at the policy of what it says. Yes, I mean, if I've understood your point, please tell me if I haven't. What you're saying is that if I and we run with the alteration that we discussed earlier of a crucial addition to paragraph 3(2) of AG1 by incorporating the indicative village boundaries and their residential content on figure 12. Your point now, Mr. Murphy, if I got this right, is that we should bear in mind the need not to be inconsistent when we come to this criterion little 1 on AG4.
Exactly. You raised the concern in AG1(2) about the referencing to the ability of the master plan to define the boundaries, given that exercise was being determined not through policy, but through the applications. And therefore the same issue arises in relation to the way that this policy is drafted, and whatever outcome is reached needs to be suitably reflected.
Charters and policy, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. I'm just reflecting on what we said about AG1(2), AG1 paragraph 2.
Well, I think we said that in part it wasn't possible to do what was drafted there, didn't we?
We did.
And to that extent, if that rings true, then the similar issues are going to arise in relation to the drafting of this particular policy.
Yeah.
Yes, that's right. I think so. It was the issue about the fact that the outline planning applications are defining at the moment the development boundaries.
Yeah.
But not the extent of built development at this stage.
So absolutely right that the development areas are the extent of the entire development area of V7 scheme, for example, but we've provided an illustrative master plan which shows a general approach to how development might come forward. But obviously, all of that will come through in the detailed design phase by phase.
That's correct. So we think that the outline planning applications will identify the developable area, or the areas where the villages will be. The second step, according to the charter, is the strategic landscape master plan. And then each of the village master plan is still potentially, it's a master plan for 1,000, 1,500, 800, it's still a very large development. And therefore the exact boundary of the built area, the built frontages, will be determined only in the village master plans.
Just going back to this, I'm sorry, we need to revisit this. Just going back to AG1, paragraph 2, this point in line 3, define development boundaries. I think the discussion went, and I made a note here, that really what this, having regard to the chronology that is happening, that this would really relate, if it has any sense at all, it would have sense in relation to landscape schemes and reserve matters pursuant to an outline planning permission which sets the overall parameter, that's to say the overall extent of each village. And so if that's right, and I see nodding heads, if that's right, is it sensible to put in line 3 of paragraph 2 of AG1 detailed development boundaries, or detailed development and landscaping boundaries, or something like that? So it's directing the reader to effectively stage 2 post outline permission.
Exactly, that I think would be the what we wanted to obtain, that is the landscape corridors and the separation of the villages, which is the AG4 policy. So the transition, the exiting from a village and another, is a detailed matter, or detailed up to a point, because it's still a master plan, but it's part of the village master plan, within, of course, the envelope of the red line that is agreed as part of the outline planning application.
Okay. I think we yeah. I think we're
at risk of diving into too much detail here, but I mean, there's a distinction between what the village master plan and the landscape master plan will do, and this particular policy is dealing with the landscape master plan, which will not therefore blur into necessarily the village master plan content and definition of development boundary within it. We just need to be very careful in the way we word this. We don't tie ourselves up in knots.
No, but the policy AG4 makes specific reference to the strategic landscape master plan as being the location of where the landscape is, and therefore, because is in the charter is very clear that the strategic landscape master plan will be approved before the approval of any village master plan. Therefore, there is no conflict. The landscape boundaries will be set in the strategic landscape master plan.
Yes, sorry, Martin, I think we're talking about slightly different points, just to be absolutely clear. The way that AG1.2 is written at the moment, it refers to defining development boundaries. If what we say through the outline application granting is that's going to define your village edges, and that those village edges effectively form the boundary for doing your landscape master plan, obviously the boundary, the other side that sits within the village master plan won't necessarily have built footprint right to the edge, and there's work to do to define where that's going to sit. But that exercise is not part of the landscape master plan. That exercise is part of the village master plan. And therefore the definition as it's written in AG 1.2 to defining development boundaries is only in relation to the boundary of the village development rather than the outer footprint of a built form. And as I say, we're at risk of getting ourselves into a huge knots here, but there's a precision that is required.
Yes, and I think the definition of what we mean, what boundaries we mean in there. And that is why somewhere else in the policy, when we talk about village boundaries, because in the district plan, the definition of village development boundary is the edge of the built form, isn't it, Kevin? The definition of the village boundary, that is the village, the various categories of village, is the edge of the built form. And so maybe we should use that definition here in AG 1.2, in which we say that the edge of the future village boundaries.
So, sorry, Martin, I didn't catch what you made a reference to something. You said it was defined somewhere, and I didn't quite catch that.
Yes, the district plan identifies village boundaries. And Hansdon has one, for example. Instead, Eastwick doesn't have one, but Hansdon has a boundary that is the village boundary, that is the edge of the built form. It's not the edge of the parish, it's not the edge of, it doesn't, where they are scattered, it's not the edge of the community, because where there are scattered buildings, for example, Hansdon House is not included into the village boundary. The village boundary is the compact built form of the village. And
yes, I think Philip's point's still valid in that, in general terms, like I say, they're prescribed for a different purpose really here than what we're trying to achieve here. But generally, those village boundaries, for example, would include some elements of green space within and possibly on the edge of those villages. So they're not tightly delineated, as you say, against the built form, but generally are. But I think they're for a different purpose, really. So I understand the analogy, but I'm not sure it's entirely appropriate.
I wonder, as I say, if we should just go back to what the charter says about the strategic landscape master plan, which talks about defining the corridors between the villages rather than the boundaries of the villages.
So taking the landscape-led approach, so defining the boundaries of the landscape rather than defining the boundaries of the villages. That could be another.
I think it's what is said in the charter with regards to the purpose of the strategic landscape master plan. And I think it is which way you look at it, whether it's the boundary of the landscape or it's the boundary of the built development. And I think that might be a way of actually overcoming the potential conflict there. If we stick directly to what is said in the which we have tried to cross-reference back to, is what is said in the strategic landscape master plan and the purpose of that document.
Personally, for what it's worth, I think that the way it's drafted is very difficult, and defining boundaries through this process when they're defined elsewhere is setting ourselves up for tension and conflict. And I think the drafting of the way that it is now, it creates difficulties.
Yes, but I think the point, and I think this is the point Mr. Lockhart-Murray has made, is that it's the detail will come through the master plans process. That from the outline application stage, you've got an extent of the village boundary, but the detail of that boundary, whether it's in terms of the landscape definition or the built form, will come through the master plans.
But the reading of AG1 section 2 is really about defining the development boundaries through strategic landscape planning, isn't it? Well, that development boundary has been defined through the outline planning application in terms of the maximum extent of the development area. So it's not the job of the strategic landscape master plan to define the development boundaries. Those have been defined in the concept framework and the outline applications. I mean, I tend to agree with Quad. I think we are getting into a level of detail. I think there's, sorry, I just finished. I think there is some danger by including defined development boundaries within that section 2.
Well, I have to sort of summarise where we are. I can see that there is a potential source of confusion as to whether we're talking about built footprints or total extents of settlements. And there is, I think, what Philip Murphy is saying, there's a danger of confusing the role of the strategic landscape master plan with village master plans. And this is not an easy question to resolve. I'm going to ask, and if you resist this, then that's fine. That's your prerogative. But would it be possible for there to be 2 versions of each of these 2 sections of policy? That is to say, AG1 paragraph 2 and AG4 paragraph 1 little Roman 1 to be produced, which reflect this discussion, because I think a number of people are accepting that there is room for clarification. Would it be possible for the developers to agree one version? I don't think there'll be much difficulty between Philip Murphy and Ms. Barnett, I don't know. And for the group, on the other hand?
We can produce 2 versions in the next few days. Of course, yeah, by say mid next week and circulate it.
That's right. I mean, if that's too much of a request from me, well, I accept that. But I think at least I would then be absolutely certain that I have got the points.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Happy to do that. Thank you.
So it's just one sheet of paper from each of you with the developer's joint version of AG1 paragraph 2 and AG4 paragraph 1 little Roman 1, and a single sheet from the group with their version.
Yeah.
Yes.
And of course, if there's happy marriage of minds, then much the better, but there may not be. I'm just going to make a note that you're going to do that.
No, I had highlighted.
Thank you very much. We are back in AG4. And I don't think I've got any more to ask about AG4. AG5, we have debated this in terms of I'm going to be supplied with the areas of the LGSs and a Greenbelt equivalent policy. I take it, I'm just looking for my framework. Remind me of the paragraph. Is it 101? No, that's Greenbelt. Where's the?
Yeah.
Where's the policy on LGS in the framework? I'm sorry.
MPPS para 101.
Is it 101?
Yes. Yes, it is, sir.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. It's 100 that I'm
What does it say? Yeah, 100.
100. Little c, local in character, not an extensive tract of land. I think in the basic condition statement, you've set out justification, haven't you, for these spaces?
Yes, we have.
Can you just remind me? Can I just check? Ms. James, can you point me? I can find it in due course, but can you point me to where you've done that?
I think justification in terms comes in the table.
It's in the table on page 76 or 77, where we describe the character, the proximity, and the special quality from the perspective of the community that are the criteria of the NPPF.
Yeah. Yeah, I think this is. This is. I think the only one you haven't dealt with, probably because you think it isn't necessary, and you may be right, is not an extensive tract of land. Not least because you haven't put any areas in.
I can read out the areas for you.
You're going to provide me with an email, please.
I will. They are in the range of from half hectares, that is the churchyards, generally 5 to 10 hectares.
Yes, so they're not the sort of extensive tracts of land that sometimes neighbourhood groups try to promote.
No,
and particularly given the scale of the development.
I think that's right. Okay, thank you. I don't think I've got.
Sir, do you mind if I raise a point in relation to that particular aspect?
Yeah.
I mean, in principle, I think we're comfortable with the definition of the LGSs, and they sort of correlate with our thought process, and certainly within the concept framework. There are some sensitivities with a couple, though, that relate to strategic policy, and particularly in relation to GA2 and the Stork crossing, and the Eastern Stork crossing, in the interrelationship with these spaces with that aspect, which potentially creates a tension between the neighbourhood plan and the district plan, and up-to-date evidence in terms of where that crossing requires to be sited. And I just wanted to draw that to your attention in considering this particular aspect of the policy.
Is this area M or N, or?
It's those two areas, correct, sir? And it's only part of those areas, of course. We're not talking about the entirety of them, but I just wanted to raise that in the context of the NPPF, which talks about sort of the enduring nature of these particular designations, and of course recognition of a particularly important bit of infrastructure which is supporting not just the Gilston area but the Garden Town growth as a whole.
On the other hand, the community is keen to have those areas, particularly the Turlings, the area M, the Turlings Park, that recognize that is the green space and the park that is in the ownership of the association, the Residents Association of Turlings, and it is the essential component that was part of the previous planning application and constitute the only playground and green spaces that are available in the Gilston community. So they just want it recognized.
Okay, but can I just understand what this point? Forgive me. Give me 1 second. What this point actually means. Mr. Murphy, are you saying that one of the stalk crossings will require land in area M?
So yes, to clarify, the planning application that's in and lodged, and one of which is supported by the highways authorities, in part runs over, I mean, I can't tell at this precise scale, but it looks like it runs over, certainly runs over N. It's likely to run over the northern part of M. And to that extent, that you've asked for a policy to be prepared for this, and there's not a current policy that I've been able to look at to say, is there going to be a particular conflict with that? But once that's available, we'll be able to understand and analyse. But I was drawn to your attention in your consideration of that policy, or potential policy, that it will sit across those two boundaries, and there will be therefore an interface.
Yes, Anthony will be jumping in.
I thought we've been told that they wouldn't interfere with the Turlings Park boundary in the last presentation, which we had from your plans.
Now, I mean, Anthony, I can't see as I said earlier, I can't see the boundary of this particular thing here at this particular scale. But we've got live a planning application which has been reviewed and supported by the highways authorities, which identifies the required alignment for it, which, as I was saying, certainly is going to go over N, has the potential to go over M, or a small portion of it. And I'm flagging that to ensure that what we don't create here is a tension that then results in compromise for infrastructure delivery across the garden town.
But may I add to that? I think the revised wording that we were talking about earlier on actually does allow for exceptional circumstances fully evidenced and justified. And I think that would have to be taken into account in that balance. But I think the important point we're making here is that is an area of green space which is very valued by the local community. I'm imagining in your proposals that if there is an impact on that green space, there will be appropriate mitigation provided to ensure that the local community still had access to green space of an equivalent value.
Undoubtedly, I think, as I said earlier on, there isn't a policy that I'm able to comment on. That's going to be provided, and I'm flagging the point now so that Mr. Lockhart-Mummery is able to consider that in the context of receiving your policy wording.
But that doesn't deny that the community value that space particularly. I mean, if you're talking to Turlings residents who are watching, they're going to say, yes, we want this designated as a local green space. And if your outline planning application hasn't been determined yet, it's only just, for the modified version, it's only just gone in for it. So you're asking us to adapt our plan, our policy, to fit in with a planning application you've only just made and is some months off determination.
I think the point I'm making.
Sorry, go on.
I think the point I'm making is that the test that we've got to look at today is the basic considerations test and the impact that has on strategic policy. One of the strategic policies we've got to consider here is GA2. That infrastructure is directly referenced in there. And the point I'm making is if there's anything come through this plan which compromises that, we need to be mindful of it.
But am I missing the point? Isn't the resolution of this in, or potentially in, Greenbelt policy itself, which, as we know, defines local transport infrastructure as development?
Potentially, sir. I was flagging the point for your benefit on the basis that we didn't have a policy to comment on at this point in time. But yes, I mean, the wider parts of the Stork Valley are currently Greenbelt, as we know, and the assessment of the applications has to consider that. So yes, it will be considering that. But I was flagging it in the context of this particular.
Your point is, and it remains a valid point, I think, that I've asked the group to formulate a local green space policy that is consistent with the framework. And when we've got that, we can look at it and see whether it would enable this exception to be made.
Thank you.
I think that's that. Yeah. Thank you very much. Where are we at? AG, we're still at AG5. These are the views, paragraph 3 of AG5, important views, see figure 21, that's page 84.
I volunteer this point about protected.
And
we have, in the note that we have sent to you, we have sought to clarify that that those views are not intended to be views from which no building and no, they're not the equivalent of an impact assessment views. They're cherished views, important views from the community, the ones that set the character of the area, and therefore potentially, rather than protected, would be sensitively treated in design terms. We have since prepared a schedule of, or a table in which we try to illustrate that and justify the value of each of these views, which we can supply to George tomorrow with the package that we have at the end of the day with the rest of the information for your consideration. We are very well aware that not all of some of these views are across areas that will be built in future, but we want to have those viewpoints recognized as being very sensitive and part of the character of the areas. And that is not necessarily prejudicing the point that Hunstone House is making, that some of those views should be protected through the heritage legislation.
Savills make a number of detailed points in their representations. It may be that, no, I don't think Places for People do, but Savills certainly do make a number of points about the origin and justification for these views. And so I think, is what you've just said an invitation to consider the word protected?
Yes.
So that it isn't too prescriptive.
Yes.
So whether it's respected or
sensitively considered, I don't know, you will find an appropriate wording to replace protected.
Who'll give it to?
The views, in response to some of Savill's points, the views are all from rights of way and paths, and they have been recognized by the community. So what we did, we invited the community to send their photographs of their views, and then the accumulation of consensus generated the plan. In some cases, for example, from the churchyards, the churchyard is private property, but the churchyard is fully accessible, and therefore, yes, it is private land, but it is a critical view, is part of the appreciation of the church, apart from the heritage consideration that is a grade 1 listed building. But the same for St. Botolph's Church, it is a grade 2 listed building, but still the views from the churchyard are important to the community.
Okay. Okay, I think anybody want to make any other point about AG5 before I move on?
Just a quick one on that last point about views, that if you change the wording to say something like respect, as long as you're mindful of the statutory duty to give special regard to the preservation and enhancement of listed buildings and their settings, you don't want to get in conflict of policy with the statutory duty.
No, and we'll come to the heritage policy shortly, I hope.
So if I could just conclude on this point, I know you want to move on, and we've set out all the reasons within our representations, but I would just like to add that in section 3 of AG5, there are references to important views and key views, which I think is very dangerous given there isn't any landscape or visual impact assessment to underpin identification of these private views. I mean, they are private views from private property or from agricultural fields. They're not designated views that have been discussed with Historic England or EHDC or any other authority. And I just want to find out, firstly, the assessment that has identified them, and secondly, question and challenge the validity of placing any weight on them in determining later detailed planning applications.
We have discussed this with the neighborhood plan group, and we would be amenable to change important views to, for example, something like cherished views, something that indicates that these are views that are important for the setting and the quality of the place, and they are not necessarily the same as statutory agreed views for the purpose of an outline planning application, but they're all for a visual impact assessment. The situation here is that the villages the existing villages are very small, and therefore there is not a situation in which there is these paths that are through fields, but they are through public rights of way, but they are not, because the community is very small, it's open countryside. You don't have thousands of people doing those paths on a daily basis, but that will change, of course, in future as there is a more the community becomes bigger, and therefore these remain views that are important to the community. So if the term cherished views would provide more clarity with that distinction, that would be okay for us.
It's also not helped because the landscape strategy hasn't been developed, and that's something which is outside the community's control.
But Ms. Barnett, your point is less about fiddling with the wording and making it more flexible. Your point is that these views have, so far as you are aware, no assessed justification.
Correct. But to sort of get to a middle ground, there are publicly accessible locations, as we've cited within our representations. For example, Hudson Footpath, which is on the far western boundary of V7, where you can capture some of those views, but they are publicly accessible locations, which is the key thing here. So our feeling is that perhaps some sort of revision or review of that plan to identify views from publicly accessible locations like those designated footpaths that we've identified in the representations might be something to consider. But certainly if it's going to go beyond that and beyond what is assessed within the application, there needs to be some proper and full justification in terms of a landscape and visual impact assessment that underpins the neighbourhood plan.
But there is no plan. Is this what you're saying? There is at the moment no plan that shows views which might be important from public accessible locations.
All of these locations are publicly accessible and are the locations that the community recognize as being important. For example, from the memorial within Eastwick looking out and looking over fields, or from the hangars of the airfields, from the way one goes from Hunsdon into the airfields, or the way one walks from St. Mary's to Homewood. So all of those are views that the community recognizes and the community knows very well. And that is the purpose of the neighborhood plan, it seems to us, to bring that flavor and that knowledge of the local area and identify those views as being important and cherished locally and having to be treated in design terms. That doesn't undermine the fact that there will be development there. It doesn't undermine it's just a matter of design choice, of treating them with sensitivity, recognizing that from the younger and from the memorial of the war of the younger, one wants to have a view that retains the integrity as much as possible.
I'm about to say I'm confused. One of you is saying that these are publicly accessible locations, and one of you is saying they're not.
They are. They are all rights of way. They are on private land, but they are on rights of way.
Well, a view from a footpath is publicly accessible.
Yeah.
Yes.
A view from a private garden or whatever is not. There seems to be issue as to whether these views A to P are or are not all from publicly accessible locations.
Are all from publicly accessible locations.
Well,
we dispute that. Yeah, I think it's quite clear. For example, L on the plan is from the applicant's land holdings. That's in the middle of an agricultural field. That's not actually a view from the public footpath.
It's just from the public footpath.
It's from a public footpath. It's from a public footpath.
Public footpath.
I will provide an overlay of the public's right of way map with these locations and a key just for clarifying this point. And as I say, not all of them is private land, but they are accessible locations.
well, I'm going to leave it that if you can produce material that shows that these are publicly accessible locations for Ms. Barnett to consider, I think I'd rather you take that back and do it, as it were, out of the hearing, if you see what I mean. And if you can reach greater clarity, can you let me know?
I'm sorry, just to clarify, do you want me to send the plan and agree this offline with Savos? Or
that's the best way of doing these things, if it can be done offline,
okay.
So that each of these views is either agreed or not agreed to be from a publicly accessible location.
I mean, which ones?
So if I could just, and that's fine, we'll liaise on that basis. I mean, we do dispute it and yeah, but I think over and above, the point that I'm trying to make is that these are new views which are not evidenced.
Yeah, I've got that, and that's a separate point, and I have got your point. Thank you.
They're evidence by the community.
Okay, I'm going to move to AG6. We've been going for an hour and a half, haven't we? There's still quite a few policies to get through, but I think they get easier. So I'm going to suggest, if everybody's happy, that we, if we break till, it's 3:10, if we break till 3:30, come back at 3:30 and have a final session that certainly will be an hour, possibly a little more. Is that going to be manageable for everybody who wishes to participate? Thank you very much. So 3:10, we'll come back at 3:30. Are we all ready? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you very much. AG6, page 92. I've got a sort of overview point on this that I'd value help with. The County Council, maybe Savills take this point as well. Where a distinction is drawn between traditional Hertfordshire villages, or indeed any villages, and villages in the context of a garden town development. And I think Savills pick up on that point. Let me just check. I think, Ms. Barnett, your schedule page 19.
That's right. So on page 19, we refer back to, and actually in other parts of the representations as well, we refer back to the development being consistent with the character and morphology, I think it's described, of existing villages in the local area, whereby we see a distinction with the garden town development and the placemaking aspect, yes, which we're trying to achieve.
You say it's a completely different taxonomic rank.
Yes.
Which is not a word but anyway.
That was our architect.
I get what you mean. And it's, I just like help, well, from you to start with, and anybody else who feels they can contribute. How would I, as a simple non-planner, non-architect, can you give me a sentence or so that defines a garden village as opposed to a traditional village?
Can I answer?
Well, could I just ask Miss Barnett first, if you don't mind, because she along with the county authored this point. So may I just hear from her first if she wants to say anything, and then go to you, I promise.
So in terms of the garden village, I think that would be based on the garden city principles, which are set out in various documents. And I think the essence of it is the placemaking aspects, to consider potentially higher density development where those areas are accessible and modal share can be encouraged within those locations, and also supported by non-residential uses as part of that concept. But certainly there is no restriction in terms of densities, in that it is very much focused around sustainability and placemaking, whereby a traditional village concept is very much contained, set within very much a countryside setting, and of much lower density and of a very different nature and character.
And
Martina?
So,
Ms. Travara, can you add your sixpenny worth, please, to that?
yes, 5 penny. What the community wanted to put across. The policy GA1 talks about villages. The concept framework talks about villages in the context. The GA1 talks about villages and garden city principles. Concept framework talks about villages informed by the landscape and built features of the local area. And what the policy AG6 tries to achieve is to define what it is, the local character and local area, recognizing that the garden city principles are generic, of course, are generic across the country. And as Mrs. Barnett said, they talk about functional things, you can walk to the school, you have your services locally, etc. within, so the functional aspects of the sustainability of the village. And so policy AG6 tries to define what is the character of a locally inspired village.
But I think the point is, does AG6 capture the concept of what is being produced here? That's to say, a garden village as opposed to a traditional village. I think that's the point.
Yes, we believe it does, because it does respect the difference that is placed in the Garden Town, in the Harlow and Gilston Garden Town vision, that the villages in Gilston are different from the rest of Harlow. They have a different character that is locally inspired, and they have all of the services, etc., which is in the other policy, BU1, BU, the village center, etc., pick up all of the elements of the placemaking aspects of the garden town, of the garden city principles. So that the policy AG6 and the BU policies together cover both the character, and they do not preclude the density, they do not preclude anything. They are not prescriptive policies.
Could I add to that, Sarah, as well, is that in no documents have they been described as garden villages. And the vision for the Harlow and Gilston Garden Town, which is referred to in the supporting text, makes it very clear that the character of these areas is distinct from the rest of the garden town. And they define them as villages set in a landscape setting. So I think it's very misleading to refer to them as garden villages, because we know from government policy the garden villages have a very different terminology. And I think here we've got a very specific reference in GA1 to the creation of distinctive villages, not garden villages, based on garden city principles. And that is carried through into the Harlow and Gilston Garden Town vision.
So there are villages within the garden town. They're not garden villages.
It's also, I mean, if I understand what Savil's just said, they're suggesting that the villages should have no cap on density. So that presumably might mean 18-story tower blocks. I mean, that sort of is at odds with the concept of a village.
And just remind me, somebody, I know, what's the policy that most closely goes to density? Is it BU1?
It is policy AG6, where it says in the point 1, where it says proposed for the new villages should clearly demonstrate that the best possible balance have been achieved between landscape, village separation, mass density, and the overall delivery of the aims of the policy GA1. So basically what it says is that the master plans, the village master plans, will have to demonstrate that the balance has been found between achieving the village character, responding to the landscape, and the density. So,
and I read that with BU1, don't I? We're going to come to BU1 in a moment, but there is that addresses, as it were, varying densities depending on location within the village and its relationship to the countryside.
That is also in 1.4, that is a range of densities and building heights which are appropriately scaled in relation to location, heritage assets, landscape feature, and topography.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I think I've got enough on that, thank you. Let me just... Yes, AG6, paragraph 1, little 3. . 3 . 3 . 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. village master plan should incorporate significant existing landscape features and an integrated green infrastructure network which connects with the wider Gilston area. See policy AG2. I'll go to AG2 again, and I find
Can we get
figure 13, indicative green infrastructure network, and I'm to imagine, am I, that this network, is this right, will weave its way through villages and beyond them?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay, I don't think I need any more on that. AG.
Sorry, colleagues here reminded me to stress again that we intended on purpose to these policies to be considered they're non-prescriptive, they are criteria based, because we recognize that there is going to be an evolution of the site as it gets built, but also in no way we consider that they undermine the potential to deliver the allocation.
AG7, country soil, where's AG? I've lost AG7, there's AG7. I've got no issue and no question on AG7. AG8 is moving away from that basket of policies to traffic. Just help me on this, please. There is a target mode share of 60% for sustainable modes, isn't there? From the Garden Town Sustainable Transport Strategy, see page 100.
Yes.
Yep. So,
and then it says a clear commitment to this mode hierarchy is required in the planning of development in the Gilston area, etc. The policy has nothing about mode share. It's the policy AG8 is a design policy.
The policy is principally about managing the impacts of traffic and new transport infrastructure. I think the issues with regards to the sustainable mobility strategy are actually covered in another policy in TRA1.
Remind me, please. I'm going to add in
page 141.
Page 141. Thank you very much.
That relates specifically to the sustainable mobility targets.
And in their response, Hertfordshire County Council didn't make any distinction between the two.
So where's 60% sustainable modes in here?
It is referenced in paragraph 353, page 138.
So you're saying, are you, and this goes back in part to our wider debate earlier this morning, you would say that it's not necessary for the neighbourhood plan to express in a policy a mode share target, sustainable mode share target, because it's effectively taken as read by the Garden Town
And
documents.
we are saying in policy TR 1.1, we say that the development should be designed to achieve or should be proposed to achieve the sustainable mobility targets set by the Garden Town. So whatever they will be, they will become, that they are endorsed by the neighborhood plan.
Yeah.
Well, as I understand, they are 60.
Yes.
Indeed.
I think our policy TRA1, I know we're jumping ahead, actually says development should be designed to achieve the sustainable mobility targets and any subsequent update to it.
Would there be any objection to after Garden Town Transport Strategy bracket presently 60% sustainable mode shares bracket and any update to it?
That's fine.
Yeah.
When we get to TRA1, you remind me, at least I'll make a note. Hang on a second, just in case I forget that. TRA.
I've got one still.
Okay, thank you. I'm going back to AG8. What page is this? Page 104.
So this policy is specifically aimed at the concerns of the impacts on the existing communities of the new road infrastructure. Or transport infrastructure in general, not just roads.
Okay. So, I mean, I have representations by Quad and Savills in mind. As to the second Stort crossing and matters of that sort, but I think what you've just said, Mr. Varys, is a response. Whether it's a sufficient response, I'll have to think. But your response is those matters are dealt with by the highway authorities, the IDP, and the planning applications. The essential concern of AG8 is what the title to the policy says.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes, this is just the impact of the proposals on the community. So protecting community from severance, protecting community from pollution, noise, etc. So it's not to set the strategy for the development itself.
No. And I think another important point, sorry.
No, sorry.
An important point to make there is in accordance with the district plan policy. The district plan policy actually talks about two options for the second Stort crossing. It is not for the neighbourhood plan to determine the strategy. That clearly comes through the later work of the applicant with the highway authority in that, which is why we cannot actually define where that route will be.
Yeah, well, that's consistent with my backing off, as it were, from my concern 3. I recognise the force of it.
Sir, could I raise one particular point on that, please?
Please.
I absolutely accept what everybody's just said about the need to minimise the impacts on the communities, and we're very sensitive to that in relation to the Eastern Stort crossing, and therefore in the way that 1(1) references the minimisation of impacts, we absolutely support that. I think that the issue for us surrounds the word avoid severance as opposed to tests of minimising, given where we are with up-to-date evidence in relation to engagement with the highways authorities on the alignment of the Eastern Stork crossing in the context of that particular test.
I here it's semantics, but semantics are important. Severance is a very big word. It means separating, substantial separation is not saying you need to cross a road. It is, so avoiding severance, accepting any form of severance it would not be appropriate within an existing community. It's up to the solution to find, is up to the applicants to find a solution that could provide a road, but that doesn't constitute severance.
It's the means of actually ensuring that the community
stays together.
Can stay together. Whether that's by
and the community of Turlings Park can access the facility within Gilston and vice versa, and they remain a single community, even if there is a road.
I think for me, there's a distinction between referencing to minimise and avoid. Avoid is a very definitive term. And in the context of up-to-date situation that we find ourselves in and that we can't ignore, that term is very definitive, and I think steps too far in relation to where we sit at the moment, and agree the need to deal with the issues of the relationship across the village, and we need to deal with that as part of the application, but that test is a step too far.
I've got the point. I've got both points of view. Thank you.
Good points.
Yeah, okay, AG9.
Hamster must come in here.
I think it's
well, this was the concern expressed in my third main concern, which I think, I mean, since I see the objections to my third concern, I don't think I'm going to ask anything about AG9. Does anybody want to point out anything in AG9 to me? No, thank you. Now, LA1.
Sorry, sir, I couldn't get to my mute button quick enough. Apologies. I think the only reference that or potential concern that we've got here is it's the reference to the in line with the HGGT IDP, which is a constantly or it should be a constantly evolving document, which there's ongoing work in relation to that. So there is. Agree the need for a comprehensive assessment of the infrastructure, absolutely. The reference to that being in line with the IDP, I think, is a source of conflict for us. Bearing in mind the points that have been raised on that to date.
So I didn't want to repeat my point to my written representations, but I completely concur with that point.
Yeah.
As we've made reference to it, that we feel that the working draft IDP, Gilston IDP, is a very useful reference point, but there has been a lot of detailed work around infrastructure costs and delivery and timings and triggers for that infrastructure, which is evident within the planning applications, indeed the detailed discussions between the landowners in terms of cost apportionment.
So you're both. I don't think I've got from Philip Murphy, have I, in his reps?
Can we get Eastern?
The level of detail I've got.
It's still the document.
It's page 27, Ms. Barnett, isn't it, of your reps?
That's correct, sir. Yeah.
Where you would like references to the IDP deleted. I mean, that's what it comes to.
That's right, because I think the responsibility in terms of infrastructure delivery, the costs, the timing for the various bits of infrastructure is now resting with the planning obligations associated with the applications.
The district plan as I think I said earlier, certainly I meant to, incorporates the IDP, doesn't it?
So I think it's a different IDP. I think that's the local IDP rather than the Garden Town IDP.
Well, wait a minute. Can I just make sure I'm not yes, I think thank you. I'm stupidly confusing two things. I think policy delivery 1 of the district plan refers to maintaining an up-to-date infrastructure delivery plan, IDP, to identify the timing, type and number of infrastructure projects. You're saying that's not the same thing as the IDP 2019. Is that right? That's Ms. Chambers, I will come to you, promise. That's different to the IDP that is being referred to, is it, in relation to Gilston?
Yes, Mr. Steptoe might be able to clarify, but that's my understanding.
Please.
If I may, yes. So yes, the reference in the district plan to the IDP is to a piece of work that was produced to support the preparation of the district plan and through the examination in 2017. Subsequently, the Garden Town partners have prepared a separate document and a more detailed infrastructure delivery plan associated solely with the Garden Town, which of course extends much beyond the Gilston area, but includes the Gilston area. So yes, separate documents, separate pieces of work. That's I think our take on this in relation to the policy, so actually returning to that neighbourhood plan policy AG9, is that we understand the points that Quad and Savills are making in relation to the evolution of the IDP. It was a piece of work that was published in 2019, and the world undoubtedly has moved on since then. But it must, in our view, be certainly material to the consideration of planning applications, and its reference to it in the policy seems to be a sensible tying up of the relevant documents. In line with, one could take a view on, does that mean totally adhere to, or is in line with taking into account the substantive details set out in? I think it's the latter of that in our minds, and therefore we felt the policy was appropriate as it is.
So let me just look at AG9 again, please. Can I come back to little 1, which is the IDP. Little 2 is an infrastructure delivery strategy has been prepared, and that is not the IDP, is that right? That is a separate infrastructure delivery strategy, which is to be prepared by planning applicants, is that right?
Yes, can I just clarify on that? The reason why it was referred to as an infrastructure delivery strategy was to make the distinction of that document from the infrastructure delivery plan. And that is the document which I think the landowners are referring to say that when they submit their application, they will need to submit with it. And the infrastructure delivery strategy, I think, is the terminology that's actually used in the Briggins 1 application to demonstrate what is being delivered as part of that development. But I think it has to be seen in the wider context, and I think Mr. Steptoe's actually said what I was going to say with regards to the Garden Town IDP, which it is a joint document relating distinctively to the Garden Town, and very clear in that document it's a material consideration in planning applications.
And so, Mr. Steptoe, your point is, I think, to acknowledge what Philip Murphy has said about the words in the second line, "in line," as being too prescriptive. Is this right? And that a form of words, I forget what you said, might be preferable, please.
Yeah, yes. I think certainly the council's interpretation of "in line with" was not to be taken as one can take that, can't they, as a definitive. It
Yes,
must be completely in line with. I think we took it as an indication of materiality, in line with, taking into account, in broad accordance with. I think it could be along those.
Having regard to.
Having regard to, yes, I think that would be acceptable.
That may not go far enough for the landowners.
I understand, yes. But I think it certainly is material, so I think its reference is acceptable, or the council's view would be its reference is certainly acceptable.
Would the landowners live with "having regard to"?
I think probably from our point of view, on the basis of up-to-date evidence that we'd be submitting to verify our position, I think we'd probably be able to live with "have regard to." I don't know whether, Jane, you've got any views on that.
Our view remains that it is very much a working draft live document, which has been superseded to a large extent in terms of the detailed infrastructure delivery strategies which support the applications. Indeed, the focus of this development plan is costs, and the costs have been substantially updated since that document.
But failing, that is still the document that is their reference point, as indicated, for example, by Hertfordshire County Council in their representation, in which they said they are going to base their evaluation of the planning applications on the basis of that. So not having any other reference, more up-to-date IDPs, that is the comprehensive, and we all recognize that the Garden Town cannot be developed in isolation. The various developments of the Garden Town cannot be developed in isolation because they all share the same infrastructure, and therefore there is a need for an infrastructure plan that is the umbrella plan. However, we may wish that is updated on every 6 months, but that's the one that exists.
Well, it seems everybody can live with it apart from Brigham's estate.
Okay, well, I'll have a think about that. Thank you. Can I go to LA1, which I have no problem with, unless anybody wants to add anything. BU1 on page 118. And I had one point on this. Which arises from page 114. If you could kindly have page 114 and 118 to hand. 114, paragraph 275, says that from the concept framework, that future villages should occupy an approximate area corresponding to roughly 34% of the overall area and 60% of the developable land. Now, those are the two hatchings, aren't they, on the district plan figure. Is there a reason And if so, what? Why that isn't reflected in the policy itself?
The history of that is in the concept framework, those data, the percentages, the overall gross density, and the 33 dwellings per hectare. That is the last bullet point of that section. And that was used as the background to justify the allocation, and the allocation for development of 10,000 units as villages in the area. Now, subsequently, in the version 14, for the regulation 14 of the neighborhood plan, we had lifted those parameters and they were in the policy, but they were removed because the developers had pointed out that things have moved on and potentially a little bit more flexibility was needed. And therefore, we reverted to the criteria-based policy in which we say that the height of the buildings and the density, etc., it needs to be responding to village character rather than giving an average figure of 33 dwellings per hectare. Also recognizing that the policy BU1 is mainly intended for the village master plan stage, and the average of 33 dwellings per hectare is across all villages. So there is an understanding, for example, that potentially village 1 will be denser than village 5, and therefore the average will be across the two. And therefore we accepted that having those numbers inside the policy was potentially adding unhelpful constraints.
And that's an agreed position.
Yes.
I think
Well,
I'm looking not only at the group but at the landowners. Not having that prescription in the policy for the historical reasons you've mentioned is a common position, as I understand it.
Yes, that's an agreed position.
That's correct.
Yeah, thank you. That's very helpful. BU2 I've got no points on, BU3 I've got no points on, BU4 I've got no points on. H1, which is page 131. Forgive me saying this, why are we celebrating existing heritage assets? I mean, of course we do in everything we do about heritage assets, but why can't this be, if you like, duller? That's to say, reflect the framework as to the vital importance of heritage assets, the respect that's got to be given to them. Why are we having a street party about them and celebrating?
I think it's celebrating, and also it comes back to how they're cherished by the local community, but also how development can actually really enhance heritage by interpreting it, by bringing out more of the story behind it, and which is why I think part 3 is really talking about the measures to celebrate and give prominence. So increasing public appreciation, understanding of the heritage, enhancing historic boundaries, looking at the legacy of the area, because it's something that the people who live in the Gilston area are very rightfully very proud of, is the strong heritage and the history of the area. And they can see that going through in the next period of history in the Gilston area. But
well, I understand that. But, yeah. I mean,
does it matter?
What's wrong with a policy that's headed something that's much less exciting than celebrate, but is the statutory and policy test, conserving and enhancing heritage?
You could just remove, if you wish, head it, remove celebrating the, and that, if you like, in the heading, because as Jonas just said, it's the celebration bit comes in point 3. So if one could easily call this existing heritage assets. Cross out celebrating. It might
conserving and enhancing heritage assets.
If you like.
If you want, the important thing is not just preserving them, like making sure that they are not ruined, is also giving them a role in an area that is changing so much. And that was what was the intention was. That is not just the physical, making sure that they're not falling down.
Okay. Let's come to Hunsdon House and Mr. Whirlidge.
Just on that point of celebration, I mean, if the role of preserving, enhancing listing building is to allow present and future generations to enjoy them, then it seems to me that that's something that is promoting that health and well-being objective would seem to me a good thing to aspire to. So why not have celebrate our heritage? It does good things physically for the economy and for people's health and well-being. Why not have that in there as an aspirational objective on that point?
Point taken. Yeah.
May I just add one very small point, is that Historic England actually went as far as to actually welcome this policy. They did really echo their support for it.
Yes. In the terms that as drafted.
Yes, as drafted. Yes.
Yeah. Well done. Well, that's what's good enough for them. Ought to be good enough for me.
So are we going to talk about views and setting? I mean, we covered it a little bit under AG5, but it obviously pops up here, and I've kept quiet on the basis that probably we might want to talk about it again under heritage assets.
Well, I only want to talk about it under this heading, really. So now's your chance. I mean, do bear in mind, I've got the great difficulty that this is a topic of huge importance, not for any heritage asset, but not least for Grade 1 Hunsdon House. But it's difficult, if not impossible, if not inappropriate for me to deal in detail with how the setting and so forth should be addressed. But with that sort of health warning, please say what you wish to.
Yeah, I suppose, I mean, we clearly, in relation to Hunsdon House and some Dunstans, and as a matter of good practice, having the policy that references understanding and seeking to preserve and enhance settings as a part of good decision making and as a part of good plan making is good. I kind of want to pick up in particular Jane Barnett's commented that some of the views have been identified, which are views that you can experience the setting of the historic assets in the area from our private views, and therefore should be given less weight. I think that's what she's trying to allude to. As we know, Historic England and the NPPF basically make the point that regardless of whether it's private or public land, there is a setting that goes with historic buildings that needs to be properly considered. And the Historic England also make the point that we don't know that in the future these viewpoints won't at some point become publicly accessible. And indeed, the section we just looked at, paragraph 275, talks about making the landscape they're not being built on accessible. So it seems to me that there is a very good reason why the neighbourhood plan identifies views, whether they're currently on private land or not, because they are views, one, that are cherished. There are views that evidence the setting of historic buildings, and there are views that may at some point in the future become more publicly accessible than they are at the moment. And the concern specifically with Hunsdon House in relation to the concept framework is it doesn't really properly go there in terms of understanding or defining setting or how you mediate between preserving and enhancing that setting and justifying any harm. And I guess that becomes evident in the planning application, where concerns have been raised by the owner of Hunsdon House and Historic England about the impact on settings, and therefore, if the neighbourhood plan framework, neighbourhood plan can do something that helps to inform the decision making to actually get that right balance, then that must be a good thing. So policy H1, from our perspective, is a good thing to hold on to, and it looks at issues of noise, smell, light, and historic boundaries, which I think is absolutely spot on in terms of understanding and being in a position to be able to identify how we experience the historic environment in the present, and also how we can understand it in terms of what it tells us about the past and how it can inform us about the future.
Okay, thank you very much.
I don't know if you had any specific questions.
So, I mean, I think your concern, have I got this right, Mr. Woolridge? Your concern for the owners of Hunsdon House is less the policy and more the planning applications in the way they come forward at the moment.
I mean, Stuart Miles may want to come in here in a second, but no, yeah, I mean, obviously dealing with the development as it's landing on the doorstep of Hunsdon House through the kind of planning application process is but anything that we can do and contribute to the formulation of the policies of the neighbourhood plan and any modifications, amendments.
We need the plan.
That neighbourhood plan, sorry. then that's a good thing to support and encourage.
Okay, yes, you, Ms. Travari, you've got your hand up.
I just want to make a very small point that I've been told by another member of the neighbourhood plan group that the view D towards Hunsdon House in the area that is identified as this loose historic setting for Hunsdon House, so from the south going north, is actually the backdrop of a portrait of Henry VIII that is in the National Gallery.
Edward VI, actually.
Okay, I'll say.
But very historic. It's in the Queen's collection, and it's a very historic view. And there it's been in that painting that's in the Queen's collection that's well known of Edward VI.
Edward VI,
with
sorry, not
the view of Hunsdon House, that one of the pictures of which is in this, and I think Hunsdon House team put it in their representations. And I mean, Stuart can tell us more about that.
So well, I was about just to confirm that it's in the representations that we made to the Village 7 application, which we submitted to you, sir, as an appendix.
Yes.
To our Regulation 16 representation.
Yes.
What did you say more?
Okay. Thank you. Then just help me on just subparagraph 1. A comprehensive assessment of the area should be undertaken to identify all heritage assets. Are you asking Briggins to do that, or Briggins to do that in relation to anything that might be affected by Village 7? I mean, how does it work, that criterion?
In relation to the planning application that was being submitted.
So each landowner, as it were,
the boundary of
has their job proportionate to their site. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, obviously in relation to the landscape master plan, that would take a comprehensive view.
That's different. Yeah.
That would be different.
Okay, thank you. I think I've got enough on that. C1, community facilities. Page 133. Little 2, please, just a point of real detail. The distribution, availability and access to community facilities across all villages is clearly set out. Is that is proposed villages, is it?
It is for proposed villages.
Okay. Thank you. EX1, page 137, I think. I'm looking at paragraph 2. Yes, I mean that's a
there is no provision otherwise except the district plan for any development outside the GA1 allocation. So for any enlargement of a house, new building, any change in the existing settlements outside the GA1 allocation, there is no provision.
so sorry. What villages are being referred to outside
The existing communities.
Yeah, the GA1
they're in the
allocation.
allocation, surely, aren't they? Or are they?
They're outside the allocation. The existing villages are outside the allocation.
Let me just check. I've lost the plan now.
They're in the middle of it.
Yeah. So if you go to the figure 2.
Figure 2, yes, I'm sorry, yes.
You will see that the existing villages
are outside the allocation.
Are outside. So if anyone in Eastwick or anyone, Frank or Anthony or Janine, wants to build anything on their property.
Okay, so it's probably fine. It's don't be offended by my language. It's probably it's a sort of anodyne policy, isn't it? It's saying development shall consume its own smoke. I mean, it not have impacts or not have unmitigated impacts. I mean, that's what it is. It's yeah, I understand.
That's correct, but also in terms of trying to look at other opportunities and encouraging retrofitting and improvements to in applications that may be brought forward within the villages themselves.
And then little 5, paragraph 5, funding will be made available through section 106 or SIL to undertake improvements to the existing settlements in order to mitigate the impacts of new development. Okay, well, it's specifically tied to, so you would say this is not a betterment policy, it's a mitigation policy.
That's correct.
That's correct.
Isn't there a technical vice with it, actually, because it's not for a neighbourhood plan to tell the council how they apply their SIL payments. I mean, those such policies are generally struck out.
Well, there is no SIL payment in this case, and the community is rightly concerned that, for example, you will see it evidenced in the Hertfordshire County Council representation to the Regulation 16, that Hertfordshire County Council said, well, we are looking only at strategic infrastructure, affordable housing and big tickets. No, we are not looking at impacts on the existing communities, which the existing community thinks is wrong.
So do we need, sorry, remind me what the SIL position is.
Kevin, you need to explain this.
Yes, so
are there not going to be SIL payments from these developments?
No, so East Herts hasn't adopted a SIL.
That's right.
So there's no reference in place.
So what's the point of this phrase in here?
In case it does at some future stage. Yes.
So it's a 20-year development.
Okay, I'm getting there slowly. Yeah. So that's why it says through the future application of SIL payments. And then how do you deal with my concern that it's not for the neighbourhood group or the neighbourhood plan to tell the council what it will do with its SIL payments?
I think if there is a neighbourhood plan granted, there would be a right to determine the application of some SIL payments.
Yeah.
Within
I think I've met a number of brick walls here, and I will back off.
Yes.
Thank you. You've
under the white paper, sir. The present regime of SIL in Section 106 may change, as we're told, or you know.
Indeed, that's
who knows what's going to happen in the future. So it's to cover all eventualities.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Okay. Well, you've set me right on that. TRA 1, please. Page 141. Let me get my head around TRA 1. Yes, well, we had a discussion and reached an agreement that in line 2 of paragraph 1 that we could insert presently 60% sustainable.
So just on that point, I agree with that. I think the only point I'd like to make on that is, of course, is to achieve the 60%, it does require elements of works outside of the Gilston area that are not at the which places for people or Brigham's estate are unable to control. So we will aim to achieve that 60%. That's certainly what we're committing to do and putting that infrastructure in place. But for example, the council delivering their sustainable transport corridor within Harlow, it is something which we simply can't control.
And that is why it's so important to have the Harlow and Gilston Garden Town transport strategy referred to, because it's impossible for each development to work in isolation. It requires investment across, particularly to achieve these very important targets.
And highlights the importance of the IDP, I think, in that
and
context
the IDP,
as well.
Yeah.
But to take Philip Murphy's point about some crucial matters being outside the control of the developers, would it be better in line 1 to say something like development should not be designed to, but should aim to achieve?
It's probably more coherent, yes. but sorry, I'm contradicting myself already. The point is that if the development, particularly at the stage of the village master plans, if it is not designed from the outset to reduce the use of cars, there is nothing, it cannot be retrofitted anymore afterwards. If it is not designed, that's why we put the word designed at the beginning, because if it is not designed to give dominance to active modes and sustainable modes, they will never be achieved eventually.
Reinstating designed. So let me try another tack. Development should be designed to seek to achieve.
Okay. Yes.
Because I yeah. Okay. So stat. Paragraph 2, development should demonstrate that clear targets are in place.
And I think these are points again that have been highlighted by the Harlan Gilston Garden Town in their responses to the Reg 14 consultation. That the sustainable mobility strategy is a really important element of any development being carried forward in the area.
And also there is a recognition that, for example, the first stage of a development will have a lower target and the later stage of a development will have a higher target for sustainable mobility as the infrastructure is put in place, particularly also off-site somewhere else. So from day one will be very difficult to achieve. So the targets will be, it will be a work in progress throughout the period of construction.
But so what do you mean? What do you mean by should demonstrate that clear targets are in place? I'm not saying the language is wrong or anything like that, but you're saying that the targets set for the time being by the transport strategy are articulated and expressed and so on in the planning applications and perhaps secured by section 106.
I don't know how it is being addressed now, but it would make sense to have something like phase 1 would achieve this model split, phase 2 will achieve this other model split, and the model split will be, I don't know, 10% by buses, 20% by bicycle, 30%.
I think it's clear what you mean, and I think I'm not hearing anything from the landowners. So
it was in response to a concern about the original application that was submitted, and I would imagine this has been addressed in the new submission.
Okay.
Yeah, just to clarify on that. So the expectation is that based on the targets that are in the application, we'll be having some monitoring requirements within the obligations that require the progressive move towards the 60% overall. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
But not to necessarily be prescriptive over the precision of each phase.
Okay, I don't think I've got anything else on that. TRA 2. Yes, I mean, it's the same point. If there was one landowner and one promoter here, it would no doubt be easier for a lot of people. So how does this work for, let us say, the Village 7 application?
Sir, do you want me to answer that, or
Well, I want somebody to have a go.
Perhaps the authors of the draft policy in the first instance?
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Expectation is that there will be a comprehensive approach. Our understanding is that the landowners, whilst their separate applications, are working closely together. They have they've said this in their documents. It is an issue that will be picked up in the Strategic Landscape Master Plan. If you look at the scope of what's in the Strategic Landscape Master Plan, that includes a network of footpaths. So it is an issue that needs to be referenced in the outline planning applications, rather than looking at the scheme in isolation, but will be taken up in detail in the Strategic Landscape Master Plan as part of that next step in terms of detailed development.
The network of footpaths clearly will change from the current network, and therefore is important that there is a cohesive future network. But also there are some other aspects that refer to the quality of the network, being that there will be a lot more people walking those routes, and so the quality of those routes, and particularly where they cross existing villages, and in some cases very close or through basically people's gardens at the moment. And of course, at the moment is not a problem because it's occasional walkers from the neighborhood, but it might be in the future. So that needs careful consideration.
I don't think, let me just check. Yeah, there's no objection to this policy by Savills or Quad, I don't think. No, okay, well, then I can leave it there. Policy D1. Sorry, I just.
That you answer that, this one, Frank, the one.
Yeah,
It's the partnership, yeah. But it's better if it comes from you.
Yeah.
Can I just raise a point on page 144, please? If I were to reach the view that my first main concern can be overcome, would there be any objection to knocking out this section?
Sorry, which section?
Well, it's paragraph 369.
The paragraph 369. You identified in your note that it creates confusion. So if it
well,
is,
it's not confusion. It's very clear, and in my view, it's wrong. If you see what I mean, it causes me great concern. So, I mean, if I were to find for other reasons that my first main concern was capable of being resolved, well, it's up to me to recommend what modifications I think fit. But
I think if it would help you, sir, to that conclusion, we would be happy to agree.
Sorry, I wasn't sure who was speaking.
Sorry, okay. Yes, sir. I mean, if it would help you to reach that conclusion, we'd certainly agree to that.
Yeah.
Delighted to. If you did reach that conclusion, of course.
Paragraph anyway is a quote from the.
It's quoting what's in something else.
Well, I know it is. It doesn't make it any better. But
No. I know. But well,
sorry, I'll do it. We won't.
So it doesn't affect the policy. It's because it's a quote from the charter.
We won't miss it, sir.
Okay, I'm going to come back to that in a moment. Then page 147, policy D1. Well, I was going to raise a point, but I'm not going to pursue it as to whether this was really a land use policy. Or more something that should be in lowercase text, but it's very important to the community, isn't it? So, I'll leave it there. And D2 community ownership, I won't. So we've reached. Thank you very much, all of you, for that exhaustive, well, fairly exhaustive trail through the policies. Can I, as it were, summarize and wind up, and with the benefit of you all being still present, just ventilate my thoughts, which I mean, we've covered a great deal of ground today. There is a lot for me, and indeed possibly for some of you, to think about, but there's certainly a great deal for me to think about. If I were to conclude that the plan doesn't meet basic condition A by virtue of my main concern 1 and or 2, then that begs the question as to what, if anything, I say about the content of the plan and the content of the policies. I have known examiners reject neighbourhood plans on the grounds of a serious non-compliance with basic conditions, and not go on to deal with anything else in the plan because it was seen to be pointless. Now, of course, I can't dictate what the council does with that recommendation, because the council, under the statute, has got to consider my report and recommendations and decide what action to take. And of course, it could say, we reject your recommendation that the plan doesn't comply with the basic conditions and shouldn't proceed. We determine that the plan, notwithstanding what you say, can proceed to referendum. So I do bear that in mind. And of course, the council, through Mr. Pavey or Mr. Steptoe, can't express a view at the moment. I mean, I personally would have thought that if I recommend firmly and clearly that the plan could not lawfully proceed because of basic condition A not being complied with. In reality, it might leave the council with little practical room for manoeuvre. Mr. Pavey, do you see what I'm getting at? I'm sure you do.
Yes. Yeah.
I don't know whether there's anything you'd like to say about that at this stage. I'm conscious, obviously, that you couldn't. The council would have to consider what my report and recommendations were, and then make its decision in accordance with the statute. But do you sympathise, or do you have some sympathy with my, as it were, my hunch or my feeling on the matter?
Yeah, no, of course. No, I understand it. I think ultimately, yeah, it wouldn't be down to myself and Kevin making the decision either. It would obviously be a council decision rather than an officer decision. That said, obviously, you know, if an examiner was to very clearly set out why he didn't feel a plan could proceed, I think we'd find it hard to obviously go against that advice. If that's the sort of direction you're looking for generally, as I say, in a comprehensive report anyway, that would, I think we'd struggle.
Thank you. That's.
May I just add to that? So I think as well, you were possibly hinting about, or you were mulling over in your thoughts there about the potential to go beyond the basic conditions and spend some of your time and thought in relation to those other detailed matters of the plan, and would you or wouldn't you, depending on your conclusion on the first basic conditions test. I think certainly the council would certainly find it helpful if you were able to, if your conclusion on the first basic conditions tests were not positive. I think we would certainly find it helpful to understand your thinking on those more detailed matters as well. If that's not too onerous a thought or request, but just to add to George's thoughts there, we'd certainly, obviously, we'd consider your recommendations most carefully in relation to those basic conditions, certainly.
Well, I have seen. I mean, I completely understand what you're saying, and I have seen examiners' reports where they recommend very firmly that the plan cannot proceed for some reason, such as my two concerns, but have offered sort of general, rather high-level advice as to, without prejudice to that, as to how certain policies could be improved or adapted or whatever, and without the conventional exercise of going through the plan line by line and making detailed modifications. So I think that's what I would have in mind to do, and I think that's really what Kevin, you're suggesting would be helpful.
Yes, sir, indeed, yes.
Thank you very much. Yeah, okay.
I think, can I say anything, sir?
Yes.
I think, well, obviously we would be extremely disappointed if that were the outcome. And I'm not sure where that would leave us for the future. I mean, we'd be reliant on East Herts to make what then would be a very difficult decision, possibly with other parties arguing the opposite point of view, that they shouldn't make a decision against, contrary to to the examiner's recommendations. It would seem to us quite unusual. And I think we'd be left without a neighbourhood plan, obviously, and no prospect of there being a neighbourhood plan for the reasons I stated at the beginning, which would be a massive disappointment to this neighbourhood, but I think to the wider community, and leave us in a very strange position that the law has provided for neighbourhood plans. This is a very complicated and complex and difficult place to produce a neighbourhood plan in, but the conclusion must be that it won't be possible in developments of this size. I think it was set up very unwelcome precedent. And whether my chairman would like to add to that.
Point taken. I've got to address the plan as it is. It's a unique set of circumstances. There's no getting away from this. I don't think any of us have come across similar circumstances. So I've got to address them as they are. But I understand. Mr. Bickmore.
I think the point to add to Mr. Roche's comments on that, I think, is that it would damage enormously the whole purpose of the community engaging in the process, because there seem to be, we've gone through a large and complicated consultation process. We're doing all sorts of other bits and pieces in the current climate just before Christmas this year. We've got to complete 8 separate consultations, nothing to do with the neighbourhood plan, but we've got 8 separate consultations. And if the community's view is being, put aside again, it will be very difficult for getting proper community engagement. So we've tried to work in a pragmatic and collaborative style. And the developers, I think, in the main, have been kind enough to acknowledge that, as have other people on the process.
Then let me, before when I've got everybody here, my first main concern we've had a debate about figure 12 and amending figure 12 within policy AG1 to include the location, broad extent, and dwelling capacity, approximate dwelling capacity of each village. I asked the landowners, representatives, and I think my recollection is that neither of you had objection to that in principle.
Subject to the detail, yeah.
Yes. Sorry, you said subject to the detail.
So it's subject to seeing that detail. Indeed.
Well, yes. I mean, that's my point. The devil is often in the detail, and I just want to be clear as to whether you what detail you're concerned about, because the location and broad extent would, as I understood the conversation, be as per page 79, isn't it, of the plan on the concept framework?
Well, yes. So we'd need to see the articulation of that into the plan that was intended to be used within the neighbourhood plan, of course, and the wording that surrounded that, in the context of the current boundaries that exist within the planning application that's live at the moment.
The point I'm getting at is this. I've asked for, and the group and others, mainly the group, have undertaken to meet a number of my requests about all sorts of things as we've gone through. The nature of views, the more details about local green space, a number of topics, suggested alternative policies in relation to the landscape master plan. You'll remember, I'm sure you've all got a note of the work that was going to be done. there's no point in doing that work, or the work would be abortive if I'm going to recommend against the plan as a matter of principle, concerns 1 and 2. And so I'm trying to sequence a series of decisions that make sense and minimize, if not avoid, abortive work. And I have two sequences, two matters to bear in mind, one for each of my main concerns. So the first main concern is this one. And how are you suggesting I take that forward? If it is that incorporating, as I say, the location, broad extent, and development capacity, approximate development capacity of each village, I want to know that I could do it in a way that doesn't isn't completely unacceptable to one or more of the landowners, let alone the group. Yes, you've got Mr. You've got your hand up. Okay, can you specifically on this point, which
strictly on this point, I believe that by the middle of next week, we can surely circulate a revised figure 12, the overlap of the views with the public, with the rights of way.
Sorry, that's just I'm really focusing on a sequence of decision making here and of work, and my first concern is the one I've mentioned. Now, if you're offering by the middle of next week to produce a tripartite agreement as to how Figure 12 and Policy AG1 could be changed in the manner that we've discussed, then I'm very receptive to that offer.
We can try in the sense that of course we cannot guarantee the availability of the other parties, but from our side, we can certainly try to set up another meeting on Wednesday to go through this alternative and then communicate the outcomes to you.
I don't minimize the importance of getting it right, but I do emphasize that we're talking about an indicative plan, an indicative broad extent, and I think there was agreement that provided it certainly didn't say up to or have a precise dwelling capacity, but was approximately, I think both landowners specifically agreed, approximately the dwelling numbers in the concept framework would be acceptable. So I don't think this should be a difficult task, is what I'm trying to say.
If we are saying, I think Phil and Jane both agreed that the terms, or if it is the broad location of the 7 villages and the circa number of dwellings reflecting the concept framework, they're still working within that framework. There shouldn't be any problem. We can produce a map, circulate it on Monday, and have a meeting on Wednesday to agree to it.
Of course, agreeing to such a plan doesn't prevent the landowners submitting. Well, they have submitted it, but doesn't prevent them pursuing master plan, parameter type plan proposals, which differ at the margins, because I mean that's what planning is about. It's not, shouldn't be too prescriptive. So I think everybody would understand that.
I think with that particular point in mind, I think that I'm sure that between the 3 parties, we'd be able to find a suitable plan and form of wording that would reference the fact that we've got these indicative references with best intents, that reflect maybe not just the concept framework, but also up-to-date circumstances, I suspect we would be able to do that.
Okay, so I'm going to write down, I'm going to note a target date for this, please. I'm conscious both of the need to get it right and the need to minimize delay, but there's going to be delay anyway. I'm happy to specify the 25th, which is the middle of next week, or the 26th, which is today week. Any bids?
26th will give us an extra day, so I think we're at this point we will want to have.
Yes,
it would be better, but the 25th would be. Okay.
I'm going to write that you're going to aim for an agreed submission on this point, which is one indicative plan and a few words of text, no more, by Thursday the 26th.
How, I'm sorry to be very pragmatic on this, how do you want it? Needs to come from the neighborhood plan as an agreed, like a statement of common ground signed by all parties? What format you want the agreements in?
I would prefer that it does come from the group via George, via the council, to me, having had the agreement of the landowners. That's the route I'd prefer. If it can't be done, then tell me it can't be done. But
well, I don't see why that logistically can't be done. No.
It's just that Phil and Jane will have to go back to the landowners, share the plan and come back. I suppose, we all have people, the community will have people, the rest of the group behind, but because it's not a new thing, I don't think it should be too controversial.
That's exactly right. It's not a new thing. Okay, so then help me again with concern 2. Can I offer my thoughts in this spirit? I am still concerned, and my concern is only marginally lessened by the discussion today about lack of conciseness and repetition. We had a debate. Somebody suggested, well, knocking out much of the text, putting it in an appendix, and going more or less straight to the policies, and that drew from another member of the group, I think, the objection. Well, the community wouldn't understand that. They want to have the narrative. They wouldn't, or significant proportions of them wouldn't accept that. Asking you, sorry, let me just, forgive me, don't mean to cut across you, but asking you to reformulate the plan of a third or half its length. I just don't know how that would be handled. I just don't know how that will be handled, quite frankly. I mean, I am trying, as you can see from the agony on my face, I am trying to find a way whereby this plan might proceed. So help me.
I of course, now I'm waiting for Frank and Anthony to say something as well, but I believe from what I know of the community and the neighborhood plan group that they would definitely prefer to have a plan they understand less and understand why it is helpful, it is designed to be more helpful for development control purposes than not having a plan at all. So I would say that doing working in that direction will take a few days for sure, but
well, it won't take a few days. That I can promise you. It
more
won't
than
take a
that.
few days because you've got to. It's a highly complex exercise. If it's one that should be embarked on at all, I'm not sure it is. And you've got to consult the landowners, obviously, as well as your own people.
I mean, I think so that my points, which you've clearly taken on board, and thank you for that, is that the wording helped the community understand the context of what we're trying to do. As Martina says, if you move it into a place where it's just a technical planning document, or more of a technical planning document, I think it's better to be in place as that sort of document than nothing, and telling the community that thanks a lot, but your efforts turn out to be naught. Yes,
but I mean, the plan has been, again, excuse my language, and I don't mean any offence, it's been bedeviled by by trying to please so many people. I mean, that's bluntly what's happened here, out of the best possible motives of pleasing the various consultees and the Garden Town and so on and so forth. There surely is no reason why policies should not be introduced by 2 or 3 pages of text which says, well, why are we having, let us say, distinctive villages? Why are we having separation between the proposed villages and the existing villages? Why are we proposing villages of a certain character? I mean, these can be, the reasons can be pretty shortly expressed, I think, and I am, as I've said, Mr. Pickmore, I'm very much taking the point that some narrative is important for local people. It's right that a development plan does have narrative, does have justification. Sometimes, actually, the justification follows the policy. Here, it's the other way around. I don't need to be prescriptive about that, but it can be massively shorter.
Do you mean, sir, if, for example, if the introductions to, let me start again. Do you mean that the policies themselves per se remain, possibly with some wording or rewording or re-editing of the text inside the policies, and they're brought out of the mass of the narrative, as I call it, or possibly introduced, as you said, with a much shorter explanation of why the policy is there, that would achieve the sort of thing you're looking at without dramatically rewriting the actual policies themselves.
My concern about the policies falls into 2 completely different categories. There is the wording of some of the policies that we have discussed this afternoon, where I think almost by common consent there is room for correction, clarification, and so forth. That's easy, relatively easy. The more difficult part, so far as the policies are concerned, and I'm in answer to your point, Mr. Shea, I'm not suggesting that the policies be radically changed. They are dealing with topics which are in the headings, and they're dealing with them in the main in a sensible and productive way. I remain concerned. I repeat my concern about repetition. I know that Ms. Chambers has made the point, which I take to some extent, that AG1 is an overarching policy, and therefore the fact that elements of AG1 are then developed in the separate policies should not be criticised. I take that point. I see the force of it. There is, notwithstanding that, a great level of repetition. I would have thought that if you're receptive to this very novel approach, that might be curable without losing the baby running out with the bathwater.
We ran yesterday, sorry Stuart, we ran yesterday a trial on one policy of cutting back and seeing what we wanted to say, and we felt that we could cut it back by at least 40%, and put the rest in an appendix or in a supporting document that could stay on the website of the neighborhood plan group. So we are technically, they've asked the planners are confident that this work can be done. We have recognized now that we have been trying to please, as you said, trying to please everyone. We have been too prolific. So we are, from a technical perspective, if the neighborhood plan group agrees, I think this work can be done, and can be done, it can be prioritized as well. I think now the priority is your first concern, but once that is dealt with by Thursday next week, we can proceed quite quickly on this. So after all the work that has been done by the community and ourselves, and because also most parties here expressed the wish to have a neighborhood plan, not only the community, but also places for people through Quad expressed that the neighborhood plan is welcome. Hansdon House did the same. I believe the district council is keen to expand neighborhood planning. So I think it's worth trying, especially because the feeling is that there is no energy for starting again. So it's better to.
Well, it's either going to be that sort of plan or no plan, as Mr. O'Shea has said.
Yes.
And that's the reality, and it would be a shame, obviously, if there's no plan.
Exactly. So it's better to grit our teeth and do it now.
Mr. Miles,
Sorry, Stuart.
So, simply just to clarify again, our offer of help in terms of sorting some of this stuff out. So if the issue is a review of the plan, perhaps just to take out the text that's materially the same as in other policies, then we can help with that in any way that would help.
Thank you very much. Take that offline and have that conversation, please. Is this is this workable? I mean, Mr. Javara, you're saying, and nobody's disagreeing with you. I mean, if there is disagreement, I want to hear it now.
There's no disagreement, I think, from me or my colleagues, and we appreciate the offer from Stuart Miles that, I mean, it might be useful for us to have an outside professional look at our work, a new mind coming afresh to it, and it's not their baby, as it were, so they'll be more critical, perhaps. That I'm sure that would be helpful.
I want to hear from the council, and George Pavey wants to say something. So,
yeah, it was more just in line of the potential next steps. I'm going to ask a question. Probably no one will want to hear the answer, but obviously the modifications that are potentially being suggested, obviously they'll be potentially written by the neighbourhood plan group. Sorry, will be written by the neighbourhood plan group. Is there a certain stage or certain amount of consultation that needs to be undertaken following certain modifications? I know obviously the guidance points to different types of modifications, but it's in the context of a plan update rather than a a plan being modified at examination. I just wonder what the next steps were, just for.
Well, it's a very good point. I was trying to look while nobody was looking at both the statute and the guidance on this, and I couldn't concentrate on two tasks. So I very much have in mind consultation on this sort of fairly mega modification, if that's the road we go down, and I will explore that, and I might correspond with you openly, as we have done to date, on that sort of point.
Thank you. And I there's a slight follow-up point, just in terms of, obviously you said you wanted to hear from us. As you know, I think we certainly support neighbourhood plans, and if we can find a great role for this neighbourhood plan, as we've been discussing today, of course, let's do that.
Can I hear from Philip Murphy, please?
Thank you. So just a brief question for clarity. On the 2 points that you've mentioned, if those things are addressed satisfactorily, does that get you over your two principal concerns, or have you still got potentially residual issues to deal with?
I'm not deciding that. I'm not deciding now that if the work, if an agreed statement came in along the lines we've discussed by next Thursday, that will meet my first concern. I'm not saying that. We've had these are very important, complex points, and I would like to consider everything that's been said today and think about it. But can I put it this way? I see that as a potential way through.
Understood. Thank you very much.
Okay, well, let's resume this conversation about streamlining the plan. It's a question of text, and it's a question of repetition. And I think we want to think about, obviously we want to think about what is a realistic timescale for this, and whether it's workable. I mean, the idea, the original intention was that this plan would be made by the end of this year, or shortly thereafter. It's not going to be. What can anybody suggest as to a realistic timescale for what would be a revised neighbourhood plan to be submitted to the council and then to me?
Sort of thinking aloud, A, we've got COVID, B, we've got the villages 1 to 6 modified outline planning applications with a 4-week consultation period that expires just before Christmas, which of course is of great interest to the parishes and their representatives on the neighbourhood plan group. That's quite a lot of work, and it will involve us and we're sure our consultants. So on timescales, I don't think we could do this before Christmas.
We must.
I think
I think we must.
I don't. Anthony, what do you think? I mean,
I emphasise the point. I mean, this is a difficult thing for us to do. We don't have the resources to simply go off and, place large contracts to get this done. We'll have to. It's very kind and appreciate the offer of Stuart to help through that. But as I said, we've got 8 formal consultations which we've got to get out responses on before Christmas. That's the sort of pressure which, as a community group with no resources, we're put under. So we've got to do that. But yes, we can work this thing forward. I think we need Frank Hyatt and a professional team supported by Stuart need to go back and talk about what we can do and what's the likely timescale. But we, as a community, as I said before, and forgive me for labouring the point, but we're under pressure to do this.
I entirely accept that, but
okay. Martina?
if we understood correctly, there is a little bit of elaboration. That is what we have committed to produce for next week. That is this new plan and this new agreement, and a little bit more for the views, etc. But the concern too is mainly an editorial. It's not adding new things. It's about lifting out chunks of supporting text and moving them to an appendix and weeding out under the same heading. So it's not restructuring the policy structure, it's just weeding out the repetitions within the same. So it's not a work that cannot be done in the next 4 weeks for sure, even with the rest. And I think especially with Stuart's new pairs of eyes or support from other parties, I'm sure the community can rise up to it.
Well, you'll be doing.
I think you're going to have an internal
discussion about it.
I don't want to be part of, but I would like to part this evening before I close the hearing. I would like to, if possible, if you can't do it, I would like to pencil in a timescale. If you're saying that you can't do that at the moment.
What would be your timescale, sir? Your preferred timescale? What would you suggest?
My preferred timescale is not to let this drag too long, quite frankly. It's important that a development plan, there's been enough time in evolution, it's important that the development plan is in place as soon as reasonably possible.
So 4 weeks from now is December the 15th or something like that. If our consultants and Stuart, if we take a sort of second opinion from him, can do it, well, I guess Anthony will just have to do it.
It is editorial, as
yeah, it is editorial.
Said, it is an editorial job. It's not a creative job, if you see what I mean.
Well, perhaps I was being too cautious.
I think you're taken by exhaustion, but
I think
it's a significant job.
Yes.
To overcome my concerns, it's got to be a significant job.
Yeah, we will do our best to look at it within that timescale, but the worry for me as chairman of the neighbourhood plan group is that we've got these 8 further consultations where we're steam pressured into responding before Christmas. 4 of them on planning applications and 4 of them on other policies, which it's for the neighbourhood plan group as lay people, this isn't it's not a full-time job for us, so we've got to work around that. But
Okay.
This is important, and as you rightly say, sir, to get the thing moving forward. So the commitment is there to do that, and the offer of Stuart to help get that into place. But then I guess that what we don't want to be is in a ping pong. We're not adding stuff, we're taking stuff away and concentrating it. So hopefully from the 2 landowners, we will get a supportive context in which to work. And as witness the fact that we have worked with them, I would hope they're both confirmed in a cooperative and collaborative way in the past. But,
I think you've given some very clear guidelines for us to work within today as well. I think that we can go away with a very clear understanding of what the expectation is. And I think we can certainly address that. I don't think we're going away having to rethink how we do it. I think we've got very clear guidelines as to how to address that.
Thank you. Well, I can say, 4 weeks today is the 17th of December. I can write that in as the date, or
I think you can pencil that in, sir. We will just have to do what we can.
can we go to the end of the week, 18th?
Why not?
Are you suggesting? Obviously we're involved, and thank you for the offer from Stuart. But that the landowners would be involved in this exercise, because I don't think that's their role, to be honest.
No, it's just an editorial, no?
Yes.
Yeah.
But we have their comments, and of course, you know, your comments are always welcome in any case, as always before.
So in this process, well, I mean, two questions. One, should we pick up the suggestions and the points that were made in this afternoon session, mainly this afternoon, and incorporate those? I would think so, yes.
I would think so, yes, if you
think so. And my other point, that I think this is, it seems to me, this re-edit, if we call it that, a big job though it is a job for us and our consultants. And I'm not sure I'm struggling to see how or to what extent it would involve the landowners. I think obviously it would be helpful to show them a draft when we've got it in shape and to see if it presents them with any problems. But I don't want too many people involved in this job.
No, I mean, I think
too many cooks.
I think that so far as the discrete points that we have discussed about some of the wording of the policies themselves, irrespective of their length, the landowners have helpfully participated in this afternoon. They've made valuable suggestions. There are some points where they still have concerns. So I think they, as it were, have been consulted on those points. The concern is as to length and repetition and so forth, which is editorial, which I don't think need necessarily involve the landowners. But the landowners' position, I mean, I'll ask them in a second, could be protected, couldn't it, by I mean, if there's time to consult them, fine. If there isn't, then there will be a revised offered version by Friday the 18th of December, which will be publicised, and one could give I mean, there's Christmas and New Year in the way, of course, if we have Christmas, but there could be an opportunity for them to make short comments on the result of your labours,
yes.
Which I hope would be short because the exercise is editorial.
Yes.
Yep.
I think that's right. So we would welcome an opportunity to comment on it formally as part of that consultation exercise.
You should have that opportunity. So I'm going to write down aim for 18th December to produce revised NP incorporating, I'm just going to say, incorporating one, the changes discussed today, which have nothing to do with length or repetition, and two, length and repetition, incorporating reduced length and repetition. That's not the accurate formulation, but is that adequate?
Could I ask one point of clarification, sir, which is we talked before about the revisions to the particular paragraphs in AG1 and AG4 with regards to boundaries. You still want us to actually proceed as you discussed before, of actually presenting you with some revised wording on those two, on both sides.
Good point. I think probably that is right. It's obviously a complex issue, and it's a slightly confused issue. And I think probably, unless anybody disagrees, that should be dealt with in the manner we did discuss. So it's not a task. The document you're going to give me on the 18th of December will not incorporate those two passages, but I will have by the 18th from the group, having consulted the landowners, either one or two versions of those parts of the text. Is that, I think that makes sense, doesn't it?
It does. So it means that whatever we are only giving the wording that has been agreed today, and no doubt you will have further modification to propose after having seen and having made up your mind to the representation about other things that were not discussed today. So is that correct? So there will be, you will reserve the right to make further modification onto the policies as they will come weeded out and cleaned up.
Anyway, absolutely, nothing detracts from my making further changes or recommending further changes.
Absolutely,
my job. But we're accepting out of the document that you're going to give me an agreed version of those two passages of text that link. That's to do with master plans and development boundaries. And we're probably going to run with you, as I say, producing a joint landowner view and an MPG view, probably.
By separate note.
By a separate note.
So have you got any expectations around? Sorry, Joanna, you go first.
I was just going to say, it would be nice to think we might be able to agree that wording in our discussions with regards to figure 12.
Well, if you can agree, Whoopi, obviously.
Right.
So just a quick question on procedure. Presumably, I mean, depending on the scale of the changes, as to whether you would need any further hearing sessions or not post-consultation.
I have to keep that open. I at the moment don't anticipate it. Don't anticipate it, because we have potentially made such progress today.
This main editorial.
But I mean, please note that I may retain my concerns at the end of all this, but I hope you accept my proposals in the spirit they're given. That's to say, as a genuine attempt to see if they can be overcome. George Pavey.
Yes, so just to confirm, are we going to have a sort of an offline discussion, or once you've had an opportunity to read the legislation and guidance about what the modifications would, impact on in terms of a consultation, and following that?
I will. It'll be offline from this other debate, but consistently with everything we've done, it will be an exchange of emails between you and me, which will go on the website.
Yep, that's fine. Brilliant.
Did somebody have their hand up? No.
Well, thank you very much, sir. I think.
Is there anything else we need to address?
We're extremely grateful for your hard work today, and thank you. And I hope we will get there.
It's possible.
I'd
like to thank you. I'd like to thank all of you for the cooperative way and the courteous way you've handled all this today. It's been of great help to me, and it's hugely helpful to have it done in a sort of consensual way that we've in the main managed to achieve. So is there anything else to say?
No, there's a lot of work to do.
You've got a lot of work to do, and I'm going to hear from you first of all next Thursday.
Correct.
Okay, well then the hearing is closed.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Good night.
Evening, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Hang on, let's make sure we're off.